Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Sorry for this opening a little bit too late, but you can enjoy our banner behind us. We are going to start now the second part of the third Warsaw Maya meeting, which will be consisting of a conference, of different conference talks.
And well, I would like to introduce the first two speakers, Daniel Graña-Behrens and Stanislaw Iwaniszewski, and I would like to say, I would like to say that I would be happy to have this session with Daniel and Stanislaw, as it's important to start every, I think, scientific utterance with some remarks on methodology. More or less, it is a great pleasure to be here, and now I will just go back to a little bit speak of the openers, of the opening organizers, that it is a great pleasure to be here and to be talking about the nature of the beings in the Maya culture, and it's a topic that starts to resonate so much in the recent times. It's a topic that resonates with the discussion that are being held in the Amerindian anthropology and archaeology, and also to recent new ideas that occurred in the humanities, and I would like to I would like to say that it is very important to to understand how the pre-Columbian and the indigenous people of Americas have an idea. I have a different approach to things that we are used to, and we have that they have a more relational sense of being that makes them relate by different modes to the other beings, and only and only by such interactions, they can be the beings can be defined. And this is something that is very much resembling recent ideas in the humanities, like the ideas of Bruno Latour, that we should not we should not focus solely on the some beings, but consider them as only parts, be entities that must function in some in some relations, and such ideas have to be considered by recent developments in archaeology, because and anthropology, because we are here to understand how the people approach, how the people had different sensibilities in the past, how they and how the people are still. And to speak in reference to the themes we were talking about during the workshops, and I hope we will return in the conference, we have to be open to other. And by this, I would like to just start the conference, but we will just take just a few more minutes to wait for the designed scheduled time of the Daniel speech, so we can just have a breath and maybe see if your presentation is working. Okay, Daniel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Okay,
Hello, Daniel.
It's great.
Yeah, me too. Um, I would like to just to start my presentation to see that it works. Yes.
Of course, please do so.
Okay. Okay. Can you see the screen, the slides?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Perfect.
Okay. So
So I'm ready.
you must wait 10 minutes more.
10 minutes.
Yes, to
No problem.
Okay.
You can tell me when I should start.
time slot.
Thank you for coming. We really appreciate that you are and we can kind of fit in your tight schedule.
Yes. So we have half hour, yeah, and 10 minutes for question and answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the idea.
One organizational remark, which is like we were discussing if it's gonna be okay with our presenters, but we would like to have well, typically it's difficult on Zoom to show you that you are like 10 minutes left or something. So I will just briefly mention it at 10 minutes. After 20 minutes, I will just briefly mention that you are 10 minutes left. Is that okay?
Perfect. Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
So how many more are in your room?
It is more than 40 now. Let me see.
But it's,
Oh, that's a lot.
27, but still they are
yes,
entering. They are going in. Yes.
yes, they are entering, and it is broadcast to YouTube. So I have to also pick
The question is again that we must raise it up again because we discussed in the first day that the part which concerns discussion eventually should not be allowed to be projected by YouTube. I don't know whether
no, it's fine. This is the that was the workshop thing, Stanislaw.
The workshop. So
yes,
here we also broadcast the discussion.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It is stated clear in the affidavit everybody had to sign, had to read, and I think it's obvious that the people who registered for Zoom also signed the affidavit that they were willing to share, and such. Okay, and we have 8 people watching us on YouTube as well. Oh, that's Kirschallee in Bonn. Okay, for us joining us now.
Nie ma mikrofon włączony.
Yes. For us joining us now, we are waiting just a couple minutes, just for the scheduled time to start, and then we will start briefly. Okay. Well, as the time of the presentation is approaching, I would like to now present Daniel Graña-Behrens, who is a researcher uh, cooperating with the Basa-Sammlung in Bonn and several other German institutions, who is a well-respected Mayanist, well known from his very fascinating PhD thesis about inscriptions from uh, from the northern Yucatan, which are well a very fascinating study that changes perspective a lot, but also is a researcher with a great sensibility that is very that can has great attention of details, who has attention of details to the ontological matters and the matters of methodology. So is a perfect person to start this conference. So I think we can now be starting.
Very much for these welcome words, and I would like to thanks to all the staff organizers of this great workshop and symposium and conference. And I'm very glad that I could start as first speaker today. And I was thinking, okay, what should I present to you? Because ontology is a very huge topic, and it's a complicated matter. And I thought the best thing what we will do is going inside a little bit, but from different angles, and going deeper and deeper, and finally ending up also with a particular case study. So the itinerary will be somehow a little bit methodology and theory, but you don't will hear too much methodology and theory. I will put it by some cases. Yeah, I will show you some things from our history about my ancient Maya culture. So these are these basic questions I would like to address today. What about ontology? How to break down what is not visible, and how to grasp the meaning of things that can talk, that really don't talk. And then how to avoid certain kind of fallacies like, superstructures, these kind of theories that we have all in mind, Latour and others, Descola, etc., and upstreaming. So, and putting all this together, then we come up finally to one case study or two, depending on the time. But at least I would present you some ideas concerning the Ubahilan. And and I would say, let's go in. So this is a warning, a warning sign. And the warning sign is because this is complicated. And I would like to show you why. First of all,
Daniel,
yes.
we can see your desktop, not your presentation. So I think if you are working with two monitors, we can see the other one, but not.
Yeah, okay, then it switched again. Okay, thanks for advising me, because that's always the problem with two monitors. Can you now see the slides?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's go back one step. So you can see the questions again, the warning sign. And this will be the questions that we will go through right now, just a little bit to get into the material, to make some, to have a better understanding of methodology theory, and then ending up here in these two case studies, at least in the final one, in the first of these two final ones. These are warning questionnaires for glyphs, of course, but I mean, it could also be relevant for archaeologists, hardcore archaeologists, let's say, somehow. So let's go in and beginning with one of the most important things that epigraphers would address is script, iconography, stela. So what about ontology in this respect? It is a new field, although you can see Elizabeth Newsome addresses this question of ontology roughly 20 years ago right now, where she outlines that we have to bypass cosmology somehow and go deeper inside, or address other questions that are not so directly addressed by cosmology, and that's ontology as as outlined here. And let's call it very briefly the definition of being. I will come back to it later. So this is for starting just. So it's 20 years ago. But in that time, when ontology was coming up, and a little bit before even, there was discussion around what is a stela? What is this, not symbolically, but what does it mean to the people that lived at that time? And you can see here some answers that you can find in the literature. No, it could be, it was considered a plant, a tree, yeah, somehow not symbolically, but more as ontologically, or held, or even a living force, like something like ku, or something similar. The problem with all these, and so we are going inside of ontology, is that I took only one work, and it is by Christian Prager, my colleague here, in his dissertation, exactly about this concept, ku, and the classic and post-classic hieroglyphic inscriptions. Well, he didn't found any evidence that stela are related with this concept. And so this gives us an indication that maybe these ideas are not going in the right direction, maybe, or even could be problematic. So we have to question, we have to deconstruct somehow something, to rebuild somehow, but not always destroy everything. Some ideas might be very helpful. So ontology is then not cosmology, because cosmology is more the assemblage of all these things in space and time. And ontology is about the definition of being, but, and this is more than Elizabeth Newsom has pointed out here in the citation. It cannot be studied by isolated items or entities. So only taking out a stela and say we have to look and what the people may have thought about a stela ontologically is not enough. We have to see relations between people and things, or between things themselves. And this takes us now to the question, what about objects? From ontology, the question, what about ontology to objects? And then let's just make a pass to, let's say a book that's not too old, no, from Stephen Houston, 2014, you can see. And in this book, you can find certain kind of information that is deeply concerned with ontology. And again, we have here the concept of energy, Kush, or Tulel, no, from ethnography, and power concept. And then some other remarks that are interesting, but somehow still not really, not really that what we expect we should have to understand really good ontology, no? But somehow these remarks are good, and we have to take them up. Of course, no? Agency is always a question, of course, but also that objects may have split bodies or whatever. It may be inconsistent, and of course, there may be some certain kind of features important, like eyes and mouths of cows, yeah, the concept of animation. But at the same time, and Stephen Houston remarks it very well, it seems to be a little bit limited in number. So he calls this terrestrial quality, like stone, flint, jet. So not everything is concerned, but of course everything is part of ontology. Yeah, but how we want to go and what kind of objects we want to focus. And by this we come up with the question how to break up down what is not visible. And if you go by the way that as Stephen Houston pointed it out in his book, then we could say, of course, that we have objects that we can find up iconographically in ceramics, in codices, whatever, that seems to be more like simple things, yeah? Simple things in the sense that they are not more ordinary. But of course, it could also be interesting for ontology. And then I just labeled it suspicious things, things that somehow sometimes appear under certain conditions different than what we would expect, and maybe even what the Maya had in mind. We don't know exactly because we cannot ask them, and this is the big problem. And here you can see only a selection of elements or of items I've picked out, which of course somehow, yeah, look like real objects, but of course, as you can see here, a face, no, and or fancy features. So it points to be that these items or these things are entities somehow seen in a special way, let's say it that way. And that may turn our attention to these kind of objects when it comes to ontology. But of course, or even simple things, yeah, which don't have these fancy things or features may be important. So ontology is not easy, and we have to go in and decide where we want to study and which could give us some results. But everything is open to question. That's the same. That is the big problem at the same time. So when we're coming up from ontology to objects, or from things to ontology, then we have to be in mind what we already discussed before. We have things that somehow are classified, and in our categories we can term them now humans and non-humans. We don't know how the classic Maya termed them. We don't know how they classified them. And in between here in the rhombus, we have a kind of relation. And this is the part where we would go in when we want to understand ontology. So ontology seems to be something like somebody pointed it out, to see different things, yeah, or things differently, depending. And this is ontology. And it has nothing to do with symbolism. So we have to go away from the concept of symbols. Symbolic anthropology is not helpful, or not too much helpful in this case, because ontology is just more deeper cognitive anthropology, even psychologically, and this we have to have in mind. And at the same time, you can see here structured around these relationships between the things, items, objects, whatever. It doesn't matter if living or not living matter. We have here structures to different disciplines that up to now have tried to answer exactly this question, here the rhombus. And these questions sometimes already address the question of ontology. Linguistic is a good example, yeah, where we find different kind of ontologies or questions of ontology in syntax, morphology, semiotics. And so we cannot put this away. These are our instruments and our focus inside the ontology. And I must say it is a huge task. It's not easy, because then we must know a lot of different things at the same time. Religion is a special case somehow, in the sense that it has opened up a particular view how we understand these relations. And this is our view, our modern view since the 19th century or 18th century, or whenever we want to settle down, the beginning of the conceptualization of religion as science. And they have now outlined certain kind of, let's say, activity of processes that describe how certain kind of entities could be or could even change their status. And anthropology goes here inside. It also has to tackle with religion and art and narratives, of course, is a thing that we will see later on as well. And hieroglyphic writing should be seen here inside. So with this, then we go over exactly to the question how we could start now, go inside more into hieroglyphic writing, iconography, into a period where we can ask the people themselves, where we only have their material stuff to question. And so I think we have to accept that somehow until now more or less the Western approach, our approach, was to divide up humans and non-humans, and somehow in a certain form see certain kind of things particularly, and through ritual we convert them from the profane to the sacred, and this is the sphere of religion. Like some non-humans are considered gods or sacred places, supernatural sacred objects. And now we want exactly questioning these things here. We want to question if this is okay. Have the Maya themselves in the past seen it that way? Even today we could not answer it completely. It's not easy. No. Until now it was by ethnography done. The ontological status is somehow often unclear still. And here we have some other information like myths, for example. But somehow we have to leave and only make this this way from non-humans to the sacred sphere of religion. And this and with this we come up now a little bit with what we can trace alongside the history of studying ancient Maya culture. Here on the left side, this is the question how to give meaning to things that don't talk. And you can see here from one of the, I would say one of the standard books from even Vogue, one of his most important about Sena Katan. His ethnography, what does it say? Yeah, out from his observations, he exactly is still within this theoretical model of addressing religion, no? That ancestral gods are present at certain kind of places, and so the religion and the part here on the right side is what he is considering. But in the meantime, like here in the book from on the Memory of Bones from Stephen Houston, David Seard, and Karl Taube, you can already see a departure from this first idea that we found until the year until Elizabeth Newsome's beginning of trying to understand ontology, let's say it that way. And you can see that they question already certain kind of images, like, for instance, a captive as a ball in the inscriptions that communicates with human participants. So they say, okay, this is not anymore transubstantiation. It's not more to be seen only as a certain kind of process within religion. Instead, it's some kind of shared ontology, as they call it, properties. Well, but how can we be sure about that? And if we have this new situation that all the sacred and all this what is religion is also inside, what does it mean for us? And how we can now categorize or should study these things. And with this, I would like to address attention to a book that was published in 2010 by Astor Aguilera, Miguel Angel Astor Aguilera, an ethnographic study of the east coast of Yucatan, where he also raised certain similar questions. No? And he asked himself, for instance, about the potential of steel and other inanimate objects, and how we could and should understand them. And then he makes a very important sentence, and I think this is what I already outlined. It is always relative to the context. It is always relative, and it depends on the relation between the things. And so he asked himself, okay, if he should project his results from ethnography back to the early times of the classic or post-classic period, then we should find in the archaeological record certain kind of objects to be housed. Yeah, the same thing that even Vogt has said about that gods were part of these housed concepts. But he would expect that only certain kind of objects could be housed and others not. So he shifts away from religion and puts exactly now God, supernatural, and all these entities within this block, how we want to classify the world now, from our perspective only. But this is not the only thing. He also says that the place seems to be most important for seeing where these kind of relations comes up. And so now we are prepared to see, okay, it might that from ethnography we get some ideas, and these ideas we can take back into time. I'm a little bit running out of time, I think. So I would go just to say, when we take these things together, ontology should not seen only from one discipline, like let's say from the semiotics. This is a warning that Paul Kogelman also launched time ago, about 10 years ago. And if we take this also serious, then we have good opportunity to have an open window into ontology even in the time before. And this means also, and I don't want to explain it too much, that when we use ethnographic evidences from modern, from the 20th century or 21st century, the ethnographic analogy that we could use to project in the past should be only carefully used. And it should be taken only as an idea. It should never be copied. Yeah, there are several kinds of different models for this. I don't want to explain it at that moment. It's I don't have the time right now. It's not necessary. But we can take it like this one from Astor Aguilera, for example, but then only as an idea. And by this, now we can up to the superstructures, to the theories. So you can find in the literature so many theories. I have structured them here according to these 4 models. Yeah, it is a book, it's in preparation. I don't want to go inside, but the only question I want to address here is how useful are these theories in order to address ontology, let's say for the classic Maya? And my answer is they can give you us only an epistemological idea. They will not be so helpful. And with this, I hope that we are now prepared to go inside one of the, inside the case study, and taking all these together and to see what would happen if we take ethnography as an idea, certain kind of theories as a background, but just to have an epistemological approach to ontology, and use the historical process that we have seen, how we have detached somehow religion now from ontology, to understand and go inside. Excuse me?
Excuse me?
10 minutes left?
Just to say, you will have 10 more minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. So I would address the case of the reading Ubahian. And I will show you here a panel from Austin. It could be from Campeche, from the side of Tecamtun. It's not quite clear, but it does not matter at that time. And this panel here shows up a human figure, of course, and some kind of watery entity here, and a hieroglyphic text on the right side. And until more recently, this being here on the left side was nicknamed Water Lily Monster, Water Serpent. Maybe the reading is Wits. It's not so important here. The important thing is that you see here different kind of interpretation of this being. And of course, as it appears here as in iconography, one could say, okay, this is somehow a living being there. It could be something like an entity that is animated, whatever, and the person is interacting with this entity. Okay, but then we have also these this hieroglyphic text. And sometimes hieroglyphic text also could help us very much to understand all the scene. And this is, I hope so, the case in this case of the panel. So the inscription themselves is very short, as you can see, consisting only of 6 blocks. So there's no other information on the sides or on top of it. And you see here in these 6 blocks that the most important information which will be concerned right now in the next few minutes is this expression here below, the up-ahil-an statement that you can see here in frame in this yellow box. And here you can see first some interpretations that we will find in the literature, and they're not so bad. First of all, just that you have an idea, the first 4 glyphs gives this kind of information that that it is dedicated a house to a person called Kamai. Yeah, so this is the first statement, and then the second statement or sentence is this one here, the 2 blocks in framed. And if you go into these information here, then you see that the different authors I have selected are not departing so much from each other. Always they are aware that the ubah sign is meaning something like the image of, or even the embodiment of, or the portrait of. It goes in the same direction. However, the problem is it is not ubah as we know it from so many cases where after an ubah expression appears or either a human being or even a god, and you can see this human being or you can see this god. In this case, it appears here something that does not look up here. So why is this the case? And here you see that in this yellow marked frame, the ubah sign has the so-called number tree inside the pocket goofer, but sometimes the number tree is separated from the pocket goofer, like in this case from Pomona, and then you don't have these signs inside the head of the animal. So these are variations, but most these are the same things. And concerning the interpretation of these 2 blocks, you can see that, well, it's not so easy. We have here the image, the embodiment, the portrait, and it stops there. It stops there, and it would make no sense to the an meaning. So it would only just give a more or less same meaning as there would be saying only ubah, yeah, this part here. With 2 exceptions. Already there was a work with Jasper Niels also involved and Nuhammer Knopp, and they already started to question a little bit these things, but couldn't find out any better translation like this one here. And Christian Prager, in the same dissertation I already cited, he gives a quite a little bit different interpretation, because he makes the statement that it could have happened at a certain place. And I will come up with this right now. But a short remark before. The name, the suffix an, shows up sometimes in the Maya languages like Iche in the Popol Vuh, and Alan Christenson is here. He could explain it much better because I cite him here only. But it's interesting that anum or anum in this case is a particular understanding of process, how to make an image by a mode. I just want to come up with this question because Nikolai and Alejandro Garay just published a paper about molding in the Alta Vera Pass. And maybe we have to make a link to that, but I'm not quite sure right now. But that is not the important point here right now. I just wanted to show up this ending coming up here also. So now we come up to the important part. When we grasp what Astor Aguilera was showing us by his ethnography of the East Coast, and he was talking about non-corporeal beings. And if we take seriously that Christian Prager found out in his dissertation that the an is not only something that you can find with Uba related, like here, but also separate, like here in these inscriptions. He came to the conclusion that An has something to be, not to mean only to be or exist, but it must mean exist at a certain location only in relation to a protagonist. And this is something important. And if we frickle this together, then we got maybe a new understanding that even gives us a window and insight into ontology of the classic Maya, because this would mean that the being that is outlined here after the expression is an image. Yeah, we could translate it also as the head image or representation. We have to see which one would be the best. But this exists only as a non-corporeal being in an unstable relation, in a fickle relation at a certain location. And this is called like this here. Yeah, maybe it's some coca or whatever. We don't right now. It does not appear here. That is interesting. But it appears here at this location. And this is important. And so in the Pulmonar case here and the panel that you see below, it is an interesting panel for two things. Although it's broken and fragmented, we have here a cartoon period and with and at continuation these three rituals, and all these three rituals are essential for doing this for celebrating this cartoon end. But then we have exactly the Uba-An expression and showing up here this entity which surely should not show up here, and this could be an entity which exactly gives the meaning that the stone at this moment and only at this location and only in a unstable and temporary moment in these rituals, yeah, was giving some force, power, vitality, or whatever we want to call it to the stone. We don't understand it right now. So ontology would mean in this sense that the Maya may have seen stela quite simply as inscribed stones, if not certain kind of rituals and communication appeared with non-corporeal beings that could be attached or somehow appear together with these items. And this means that now we are in a situation where the religious sphere or understanding religious, as we have done, is splitting up and we have to go inside all these beings and to see what is coming up. So I think I'm running out of time to go to the two last slides very quickly. This would mean in the classic period, we have to see what is happening now to these non-visible entities, and maybe there are visible entities that are corporeal for the Maya. I don't know right now. We have to see. That is just a hypothesis, a working hypothesis, where here we have a direct link between human beings and these entities, and here we have a very loose, loosely attached situation or fickle situation, maybe by these entities. Question mark. We have to find out what kind of entities could be these ones after the Uba-An expression. And this would mean that this situation is quite different maybe from this one that we find in the 20th and 21st century in the epigraphic records. So by conclusion, just one sentence or 1 minute more, it would say that ontology is always relational. Animation is not enough. We need a framework. It could be epistemological, like one of those I showed in the table. But ethnography could provide us with certain kind of ideas which are helpful. And then we have now a different understanding, perhaps, of the Uba-An conception, which gives us a window into the ontology of these beings that are named thereafter. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for presentation. I think it's something that is is very important. And well, I will have some small remarks, but let's open up the discussion for the participants of the meeting. And well, just one point of order. We would like to just try to raise your hands or write your question in the chat. That way it's easier for us to moderate the discussion. Okay. Are we having? Do we have a person? Do we have a first? Discuss. Okay. Is somebody like? Is somebody?
Wishing to
Wishing
make a
to
question,
Make
a
a question or a comment. Okay. Okay. Okay, then I will have a small comment because we during the workshop we had a workshop with Filip Rogalski and with Alan Christenson, and we talk a little bit about at some moment we touch this topic of presence of beings here, and we talk how, for example, how you are like not supposed to mention or to call the deities or some kind of like beings, and because they can be present. In Amazon, the people will use euphemisms when they will do the petition to the gods, because they don't want to mention the god's name, because they think, or the deity's name, or this being, or just to escape this ontological dimension of it, or differences, that the being name cannot be said because it will hear us, because it's there, it's not visible to us. So euphemism for this deity being is being used then in Amazon. This is what I heard. So that's my small comment. So this is something that your presentation reminded me. Do we have some other questions or comments? Well, I do have maybe one more comment that I liked very much that you presented the different methodologies, and you write in your papers about different methodologies, and you introduce this mode of thinking about it, and you do it in a very nice way that is very very interesting, and very presenting various problems and various specifics of those methods of working with the past. As archaeologists, I often have the problem of the ethnographic analogy, and that archaeologists tend to use with great liberty the archaeological comparison, the analogies, but they don't. But it's very simplified on many aspects. That they use it as they simply briefly mention that something is similar to some ethnographic behavior, and they also then be very vary of using this ethnographic observation more. And what we have in the Maya studies, we have this conjunctive approach that various sources are being used, and they were often simply discussed here as a way to approach the past. But it's a big problem. So taking more more complex approach that is based on some systematic more systematic ways. I think it's a both answer to the problems of what we can say and how to say it and how to find changes. So that's my small comment. Oh,
clear, if I've expressed it clear. I introduced this as a warning.
yes, exactly.
As a warning. But also I would remind, although it is a warning, we all, even here, even Vogt, he worked with ethnographic he worked with upstreaming. Everything what we have about the classic was worked out on upstreaming somehow. So we are now in the situation to not to deconstruct but to reconsider all these things. And the important thing is that nonetheless, maybe some elements of this can give us only an idea. It's just an idea, not more.
Yes, yes. I saw that Alan was raising a hand in a very organic manner.
Just a quick question. I really found your presentation, Daniel, fascinating. And it really raises the question of the power of words. And we did discuss in the workshop that when you express the name of an ancestor, the name of a god, that's what animates that particular presence. And generally, human beings are not really expressing those powerful beings. It's when the name is pronounced. And I wonder if it's the same way with the stele, that when it says Ubach, whatever the object or the deity or the king is, that's what animates the stone, that's what animates the presence of that particular being. Do you find that possible?
The thing is, let me go back here to this image. When we have only this Ubach expression or without the expression an, then of course, well, let's say the way around. What we see here is one thing. And we don't know if even the things were visible to the people themselves. And we also have to question how far they were visible. And we, until now, we were thinking that when we talk about the simple Uba expression, that what shows up thereafter is like say the name of the ruler. And in this case, the ruler can be shown on the inscription and whatever. And even it could be a deity. Yeah. But in this case, it seems to be that here it is also an ontological remark by semiotics to tell that this thing has a different status and it is not visible. Well, this is my idea, but maybe I'm wrong. I have gone through all these expressions of Uba-an, and I think this should be done again because there are some things I addressed in one paper where I say, okay, this is still questionable. So, but we have to have even still a deeper look inside. So, coming back to your question, yeah, I cannot answer it right now. Very good.
We have to now wrap it up for Stanislaw. I saw there is a Asha. I think she will forgive me for like not taking it. Maybe in the general discussion today, but I would like to introduce Stanislaw, my friend, a great scholar that is from Warsaw, born in Torun, both very nice towns of Poland, and we will now have as well. I think Stanislaw has a wonderful mind, and I really enjoy. It is also a little bit of pleasure to organize this event with him. Also because I have great ideas, and well, about the subject. And here he will bring something from his specialty, something that relates with specialty, but something that also relates to to your comments, Daniel. So I would like to introduce Stanislaw.
Thank you very much.
Just wait a second. Do we have the Daniel? Can I ask you to leave to end the screen sharing? Okay. To, now the presentation is on, and we can now start. I give you voice.
Okay. Pages 23 and 24 of the post-classic Paris Codex have drawn the attention of Mayanists since the beginning of the last century. Much of this interest stems from the possibility that they might depict 13 celestial beasts interpreted as Maya zodiacal constellations. The iconographic similarities they bear with other known depictions, also presumably depicting Maya constellations, perpetuate the idea that the Maya had constellations spaced across the heavens like the Western zodiac. However, this almost automatic identification of the Paris Codex images with the Western zodiac creates an epistemic barrier in understanding what celestial beasts could mean for the Maya. My goal is to explore other types of understanding of constellations. Who or what are constellations for the Maya? How did the Maya understand their relationships with their own relationships with constellations? Pages 23 and 24 of the Paris Codex form one table read from the upper right on page 24 to the lower left on the page 23. The table is visually divided into sections through two skyband motifs that run across both pages. The upper one represents a body of a bicephalic sky monster, and the lower contains a dotted line, zigzag line inside. Below each skyband are displayed eclipse signs, these ones. The only one is actually visible. The two are also a little bit damaged. With black bar and dot signs for 8 between them. There are 2 8s in the upper skyband, 1 8 above other 8, and only 1 8 is seen in the below in the lower skyband. Following David Keeley's identifications, scholars usually agree that the number in question is 8.8 or 168 days, implying that celestial beasts hanging from the eclipse signs stay 168 days apart. Here are the names of these identifications of this animal signs, and then there are the other ones. Between the upper and lower skybands, there are 5 rows of 364 days each, divided into 13 subdivisions, columns, comprising 28 days each. The table starts at the top right corner, as was already mentioned, on page 24, and with the reconstructed day 12 Lamat. Each row of day signs makes 13 28-day periods totaling 364 days. So if we go with the first row from page 24, and we go left, we have these stations exemplified by 13 columns, and we will find that at the end, which is just below, again in the first column, on page 24, we will finish 1 year of 364 days. This is a period called computing year by specialists. 5 such rows, we have 5 rows, of day science make 5 computing years equal to 1820 days or 7 Solkins. Despite the partial damage of the codex pages, there is little doubt that 13, not 14, animal figures form the table. Following provisional identifications made by Bricker and Bricker, the celestial animals in question are moving from the right to the left and from the upper to the lower register. Bird, which is this marked as bird 1, rattlesnake, turtle, scorpion, owl, second bird, fish, snake, sometimes identified with shock, monster, bird number 3, which is usually identified with a kind of vulture, and then we have frog, bat, peccary, probably deer, human-like skeleton, and jaguar. In the history of research, various scholars have been tempted by the possibility of identifying them with Western zodiacal constellations. Such scholars were interested in explaining which constellations or clusters of stars the images of celestial beasts might have been pictured. 6 and 7 columns of hieroglyphic texts are placed above the upper skyband. The number of rows is less certain, maybe 7 or 8. I must come back. I'm referring to this part of the codex. The text in question probably gives the names of some of the animals. I'm not the Bricker and Shostak made comments on these glyphs, but the reading of them is not totally clear and is uncertain. In this paper, I'm following the solution proposed by Bricker and Bricker. The author suggests that the animals represent constellations or star clusters arranged in pairs that simultaneously rise and set at 28-day intervals. As a matter of fact, I put here the table produced by Bricker and Bricker, which shows different interpretations proposed by scholars who worked these pages, and they wanted to identify the animal figures. Since the horizon is a great circle that roughly cuts the heavenly sphere in two, at any moment half of the ecliptic, the zodiacal belt, is placed above the horizon and other half below. The ecliptic circle representing the sun's apparent path during the year, observed from the Earth's surface, oscillates around due east and west points, reaching the extremes at solstices. Within the tropics, each celestial object rises and sets almost vertically. So the simultaneously rising and setting circumecliptic stars will be approximately 180 degrees apart. From that point to that point, it is an arc of the sky. You can see the north, the east, and west. So the length of the sky between this point and this point will be around 180 degrees. This scheme implied by Bricker and Bricker divides the celestial sphere into nearly symmetrical halves. While the cluster of stars rises in the dawning sky, the other one gradually sinks below the horizon. However, to be visible, both hypothetical constellations, the rising and setting ones, need to be observed until the stars disappear from the gradually brightening sky. Since both constellations are several degrees above the horizon, then logically the distance between the selected parts of constellations will be less than 180 degrees. This will confirm David Kelly's argument that the 168-day distance between the pictures cannot denote opposite sides of the sky. It's shifted. It is not exactly an opposite part of the sky. Several degrees over the horizon here, several degrees over the horizon here to be visible makes this distance less than 180 degrees. So Bricker and Bricker, after making several experiments, obtained the best fit with the celestial animals that were representing rising and setting constellations at dawn rather than at dusk, about 1 hour before the sunrise. At the moment, for the latitude of northern Yucatan, occurs roughly around the beginning of the nautical twilight. Before searching for correlations with the Western zodiac, Bricker and Bricker started with the assumption that they could quickly identify 3 Mayan constellations. They assumed that the Scorpion image is the Scorpio constellation, the rattlesnake Tzap represents the Pleiades, and Orion, or some part of Orion, is the Turtle. Beginning with the day 12 Lammat and equating this date with the eclipse table of the Dresden Codex 9.16.10.4.8 12 Lammat 1-1. 1-1 is of course reconstructed from the eclipse table of the Dresden Codex. Bricker and Bricker started the count with the dawn of November 10, 752 Common Era. I put here the other date, but it is the Julian date, and the Brickers are working with the Gregorian dates, proleptic Gregorian dates, and using the correlation constant 283. They observed the stars of Libra were rising of the day, while the Pleiades, this is around Aldebaran, were about to set. Identifying the Pleiades with the rattlesnake, they found that the first celestial animal, whose image is effaced, plausibly represents a bird that was reconstructed and observed on the sky band from the nunnery at Chichen Itza. Noting then another pair of dates is one keep. In the second column is 28 days after 12 Lammat. Bricker and Bricker observed the sky at dawn on December 8, the same year, 755 Common Era. They noticed that while the turtle associated with several stars in Orion was setting, the Scorpion was seen as rising on the eastern sky. Applying this model to the yearly cycle of 364 days, Bricker and Bricker tracked the movement of the constellations at dawns of each of the 28-day intervals from November 755 to October 756, finding correlations with celestial beasts. The idea that the adjacent animal figures represent pairs of stars or clusters of stars visible on opposite horizons simultaneously at dawn leaves several unsolved questions. For example, the use of the equal 28-day intervals may imply that these constellations were approximately of the similar size. An ontological or phenomenological approach to the heavens in cultural astronomy considers environments of humans and non-humans woven in the same existential spheres. It is not the case of modern astronomy or astrophysics, which should be understood as a very particular or Western form of human engagement with the heavens. The sophisticated scanning of the cosmic space requires a neutral observer, an astronomer, who sits apart from any circumstantial condition and discovers the cosmic principles that are out there. Nevertheless, traditional descriptions of the non-Western forms of engagement with celestial environment tend to interpret this phenomenon from the exclusive perspective of the dominant Western culture. Non-Western concepts of zodiacal constellations are often molded in the guise of the Western zodiac in a way that obscures their real character. The almost automatic identification of the Paris Codex images with the Western zodiac creates an impression that they both share the same ontological space. The solution to the Paris Codex provided by Bricker and Bricker suggests that the Maya depicted celestial objects located on opposite sides of the sky just before dawn, or the moment when temperature usually drops down to reach the daily minimum. The celestial beasts appear to inhabit humid, cold, or dark places, or as prey birds and human-like skeletons, they seem to be associated with death. Still others, like jaguar and owl, are also associated with nighttime activities. Each celestial beast has its mouth or beak open, apparently attempting to bite or consume the eclipse glyph. In their commentary to the Codex Paris, Bricker and Bricker observed that both the zodiac pages and the Dresden Codex eclipse table share the same 12 Lammat base date. There are no other 12 Lammat dates in other codices, so some association with the eclipses seems to be implicit. What remains problematic is the relationship of the eclipses with the celestial beasts. The glyphs in question essentially represent solar eclipses, which seems contradictory to the idea that solar eclipses are observable during the daytime. We should not forget that the hypothetical constellations represented by the animals refer to the moments in which the sun is still well below the horizon. Here we must wait in this situation 1 hour to see the sunrise, at least 1 hour. It's a little bit more than 1 hour. So eclipse glyphs cannot refer to the predictions of actual possibilities. And it is also the same conclusion reached by the Brickers. Furthermore, as Christian Prager and Bruce Love noticed, eclipse glyphs do not always mean eclipsed celestial bodies. The images of the animals biting eclipse glyphs resemble the most common explication for eclipses among the Maya, an animal eating the sun or the moon, as well as is well known. The Yucatec Maya term for eclipses is chibil, to bite, attributing partial eclipses to, normally it is another word is for the total eclipse, but it is a partial eclipse, to animals biting the sun or the moon. Current accounts that specify eclipse agents tell about an ant or a jaguar. The colonial ones add to these a snake, a lizard, or a scorpion. 3 of these agents are repeated on pages 23 and 24 of the Paris Codex. As is known, an animal devouring the sun or moon, or of which a jaguar is but one, has been one of the most traditional explanations for eclipses. Sometimes the eclipse agent was the moon, of course. But what is important here is the belief that eclipses were caused by an animal devouring or biting the sun or moon. The Diccionario Maya Cordomex explains that the arc of the umbra of an eclipsed sun is similar to the marks left by the teeth in things which are bitten. Furthermore, the same term, chibal, denotes both bite or pain. Also, the bite, like snake bite, causes heat. It seems that all depicted animals bite or attempt to bite the eclipse glyphs, except for the scorpion that attacks the eclipse glyph with its tail. All other animals use their jaws or beaks. Recent research has shown that our view of the classic way beings has become considerably more differentiated and complex. There are several indications that there were not only alter ego beings taking an animal form, but also disease agents or bringers of misfortune, or even embodiments of specific illness. Among the classic Maya, these beings invade the human space from the wild locations, regarded as dangerous, inhospitable places, representing the antithesis of the ordered human habitat. All these locations were associated with the darkness, night, wild animals, caves, and the underworld, and considered home to supernatural beings which could cause diseases. The close link between the underworld, darkness, and wilderness explains why the classic Waihi beings are usually depicted in the form of wild animals called by Taube forest spirits. As evidence in the books of Chilam Balam, the Maya were greatly interested in European concepts of cosmology, astronomy, and astrology. Indeed, recent research has shown that astronomical texts within the Chilam Balam manuscripts adopted much information from Spanish repertorios de los tiempos or lunarios. In exploring all possible similarities and differences between these traditions, the colonial era Maya had to assess them within the context of their own knowledge. Some remnants of the Maya traditional celestial lore should be visible in this context. So if they had a local counterpart to the Western zodiac, this would be included in some commentaries. The Europeans used zodiacal constellations or signs as agents causing different kinds of illness. A section in Chilam Balam books describes the illness-causing entities as Archibald, Canop, which Bricker and Miriam translated as the white animals of the sky, and Chavez Guzman as burning pain that bites. They inhabit the place of the white cloud, Sak Muyal. A short note of Chilam Balam of Mali reports on the beasts that inhabit the sky and spread on earth on down when the cold air descends, causing specific diseases. The close connection between Chibal, bite, Chibal, stink, pain, Chibai, think that bites or stinks a beast, and Chibil, kin, Chibil, eclipse of the sun, eclipse of the moon, underlines their association with the expressions of inflammations such as burning or poisoning pain caused by Wahi beings. Another mention of Balcheop, Kaneop, animal Balche, meaning beast, a synonym of Chibal, is found in the Morley manuscript, which describes angels, Angelop, as Kanil Winikop, U Balcheop, Kanaup, Ekop, the heavenly persons, the creators of the heavens, the stars. Or, in another translations, it was the first by Wallen, another is by Norton, the heavenly people, the white animals of the heavens, the stars. This notion would imply that the Maya compared the angels with the stars, so following the Chilam Balam of Kawa, they conceived angels as wild animals of the heavens, responsible for certain diseases. Sam Tzotzil from San Pedro Chenalo preserved the belief that the sky is the residence of 13 malign spirits that take the form of animals, and as a whole became personified by a jaguar on an eclipse. Their poisonous bite resembles fire. Though this account does not explicitly link the animals with stars, the description of celestial animals as biting agents causing fiery effects, possibly inflammations, burning, and the like, resembles much of the Chilam Balam descriptions. The number 13 is very symptomatic in this context, since it could well be referred to the 13 steps of the heavens. Commenting on this record, Sotelo Santos supposed this belief was rooted in pre-Hispanic traditions. Another Celtal account from San Pablo Chalchihuitan records 13 Nitkaros, or the animate beings, who drag the sun god car, and send diseases to the humans. They are conceived as a subgroup of holomal beings widely identified with the lab entities in the modern ethnographic publications. The use of astrology in curing is well known for early colonial accounts, but the existence of a Mayan system of medical astrology is much more complex. Here I represent the images of several Wahi beings which bear the same name, a fiery, connected with fire, that maybe is a subgroup of these Wahi beings. The Spanish Western astrological system employs 12 zodiacal signs which formally correspond to the 12 constellations. They occupy 12 equal parts of the ecliptic. There are various branches of Western medical astrology, the mundane, horary, or natal. Medical astrology typically associates body parts with different zodiacal signs, not constellations. There is some order in such associations, starting with the sign of Aries at the beginning of spring and finishing with the sign of Pisces at the end of winter displays and the order applied to the human body, beginning with the sign of Aries at the head and ending with the sign of Pisces at the feet. At the same time, it coincides with the sun's entrance into the various signs. The Wahi's entities appear to be associated with specific kinds of illness or disease. However, it also appears the diseases they produce stem from their attributes or character rather than from connections to specific locations in the sky. Pages 23 and 24 of the Paris Codex show the dynamic field of stellar observations within which constellations, more or less person-like, continually bring one another into existence. It shows the dawns as particular fields of relationships in which clusters of stars exhibit their animatic actions, such as biting, whose poisonous bite resembles fire. The animate constellations are dynamic entities and are manifest through the actions like as biting, etc. In my other paper, I discussed Mesoamerican celestial imagery, and I identified 3 categories of celestial beatings. So in this paper, I'm adding another category. It shows that the sky was populated with different kinds of animated being, and it is much more complex than one could expect. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was a great pleasure to see your presentation, and I would like to now open the discussion. And well, I give the floor to the speakers. So once again, to the participants of the meeting. So please raise your hands or write in the chat or write on the YouTube, which I will be checking, if you would like to ask some question. Okay. Daniel is having okay. I give the floor to Daniel. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Congratulations on your explanation. Very interesting. I will do a question. Can we think about a relation between the idea of those sky beams and animated sky with the concept of skyscape, and also think about I don't know the presence of a meshwork in the sky with these different kinds of beings in the relation of that beings with the earth, with the humans. Can you think something like that, Doc?
Precisely, it was one of my objects. to present maybe a moment, a specific moment at the dawn, but well before the sunrise. I mean, when at the moment when the stars are still visible, but it is the last moment when they are visible because the sky is brightening, and of course, the low magnitude stars become invisible. But when you can still perceive the form of the constellation, because the Western constellations are well visible for a longer time. And it is a moment, it is, I mean, it is a relationship presented between the humans and the sky populated with these malignant beings at this moment. I mean, the moment just before the sunrise. It's a kind of a relational field in the sense of Tim Ingold. And it brings, of course, connections. And what is the connection? It is very negative one. So beware of this kind of moment. It is better for you to stay at home, not go out. So you, if you could, and if you had an opportunity to see the lunar eclipse 2 days ago, it would be just this moment at the early morning. The most dangerous moment.
Okay. Is there any further question, comment? I will now.
Yes. You. May I?
Sure, of course. Please.
Congratulations, Doctor.
Stanis. Only a question, a brief question. Can animals be related to living places, Doctor?
I mean, to the human places, those places populated by humans, by the humans. In general, we have the notion that the places, through their place names, also exhibit relationships with other places or with other entities. But here I don't want to dwell more on this concept because I wanted to emphasize the moment. I mean, a specific moment in time that could be defined as a relational field, not a specific place. Because I mean, in each month, the constellations are revolving around the horizon, and you have to deal with different kinds of beings represented by these constellations. If of course, this hypothesis can survive, that there are some animals that live in the sky and that they relate with the humans at this moment, just before the dawn.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let me take a look at our Zoom meeting, and well, oh, Philip. Philip has a Philip. I give you a floor. Please join us.
He is unmuted microphone.
Oh, okay. Philip, then Monica.
No, you cannot contact. Oh, okay, now.
Okay, Filip, możemy cię słyszeć teraz. Chyba dobra. I think Philip is calling me. Then I give a voice to Monica, and then I will ask Philip to, like, if he has a problem or something. Okay, Monica, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about why do you think there always animals represented like this type of calendars? Why there wasn't like rocks or like I don't know, like in the Aztec calendars or something?
No, I cannot read you well, but I think that I can partially at least answer your question. The thing is that there's much more these Waihi beings which live in different parts of the wild nature. I think that it is important for our discussions in ontology by bringing them together under one sky means a kind of the change in the thinking, which I would introduce to analog analog reasoning thinking, since we have in Mesoamerica this kind of ontology important also. So it makes that the thinkers, the Maya thinkers, started to group the animals which exhibited a similar character. And they were biting, they were poisoning. So they were also gathered in the night sky. So all of them, it is the post-classic codex. So it possible represents the idea of a classification, of making some type of typology of these beings, of classifying, trying to relate it with other events just taking place in the universe. So it is which I would name as a kind of an analog reasoning. They're looking for some similarities between these beings and try to connect them to some general pattern. The general pattern is the time, is the calendar, and it is the rotating heavens.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Philip,
Philip has a short question.
I have a short question. Sorry, because first I had problems with my gear. So forgive me. Thank you for your presentation. Very complex and detailed. And forgive my ignorance. But I would like to ask you if this movement of constellations over the time, was it? Do we know something? Was it conceived of as something sure and regular, or something that needs to be perpetuated by humans?
It was once it was started. There are some myths, the well-known creation myths, both in Teotihuacan, in the Nahua culture, in the Maya culture, and in the Mesoamerican, that once the gods decided to create the sun and the moon gods, and of course this could not move before making some kind of sacrifice. So in the Aztec version, all other deities sacrificed themselves in order, to give some blood. And then, of course, the human race should also follow the same example. As the Aztec religion, they developed this concept to justify the expansion of the Aztec empire. Okay, so yes, of course, they cannot move before some kind of sacrifice. But once they move, we have the idea of different eras, different suns, it's called sun, and we have different versions of them. But there is also a new fire ceremony celebrated each 52 years when a new fire is kindled, when everything is vanishing, this emptying, and waiting the new fire is kindled, then and another 52 years of the world will survive. So we have this kind of idea that there is possible after several eras, the present world
Okay. I think this was a long, short question, but we love those actually. So we would like to now announce a short break, and we will be back in 16 minutes at 4 p.m. Warsaw time. Please enjoy some time to rest, respirar, and have some coffee or tea or.
Use your time before the sunset, because then it will be dangerous. Now it is good time to enjoy.
Poprosimy planszkę.
Ein Mikrofon.
To słychać, że jest jakiś dźwiękiem na YouTubie.
Wiem, bo w ogóle YouTube się wyłączył przez chwilę.
Może w ogóle zrezygnować.
No nie, no powinno być.
Musimy rozwiązać.
Jest teraz test leci?
No ja mam dość wysoki poziom, tak?
Dobra, to ja włączę na to.
Raz 3-1 test, raz 3-1 test. Raz 3-1 test, raz 3-1 test. Raz 3-1 test, raz 3-1 test.
Nie wiem, ja się teraz podłączyłem.
No właśnie zauważyłem, że mnie wyrzuciło.
Co mam robić? To znaczy zrobić co-hosta, czy co tam?
Nie wiem, jeżeli logujemy się na dwóch urządzeniach na to samo konto.
No tak. To co?
Załóżmy, w tym momencie jestem hostem, pan jest co-hostem.
No to dobrze, no to tak zróbmy. Nie mógł po prostu czegoś tutaj sterować też.
koncie klienckim dodać
Raz, dwa, trzy, test. 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 Raz, dwa, trzy, test.
Pozwoliłem się zalogować tak samo.
i co, jest ten? Dobra, dobra. Tak,
To zaczynamy, tak?
tak, zaczynamy. Welcome back after the short
Coffee break.
coffee break, and we
Well, no. Nie są wyłączone. Nie, ja właśnie muszę dać i nie
Ale-
widzę. A potem
Dobrze,
nie widzę.
poczekaj,
Tutaj
no.
ja nic nie mam. Nie
short technical problems must haunt all conferences. Welcome back after the break, and we would like to welcome our next speaker, Ernst Halbmayer, a very, very well rising star of American anthropology, a member of the scientific board of Polish journal Ethnografie, Teorie, Praktyka, and well, a person that was very, very highly recommended to us by our colleagues, and a person who has fantastic writing about the peoples of the so-called, I believe, Ethno-Columbian. I don't know if what anthropologists use, because this is the new term in archaeology, but who is writing about the ontologies, who is writing about some food practices, who had been the editor of a book that introduced comparative perspective of this region, and comparisons to Mesoamerica, Andes, and the Amazon. I would like to welcome Ernst.
You hear me? I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to this inspiring conference. An invitation I happily accepted despite the fact that I'm not a Maya specialist. I have been working, as has already been mentioned, from a social anthropological perspective on an ontological understanding of the Istmo-Colombian area. And I think I have also share my screen. Okay. I hope you may see it. Yes, it should work. I have been working from a social anthropological perspective on an ontological understanding of the Istmo-Colombian region. And I'm really curious to see in how far some of the principles we identified for that area may resonate among Mayanists and Mesoamericanists. The principles I will present emerged from a series of conferences and discussions with fellow anthropologists working ethnographically in the area between Mesoamerica, the Andes, and the Amazon. Monica Martinez Mauri from the University of Barcelona, with whom I organized several of these workshops, deserves a special mentioning here, as well as Juan Camilo Niño Vargas from the Universidad de los Andes in Bogota, with whom I discussed intensively at various occasions principles of Chibchan ontology. Aspects of this engagement have been published, as was here you see the area I'm dealing with has been published, as has been mentioned in a book published with Routledge and last year, and a second publication, a special issue co-edited with Monica Mauri Martinez, where we deal more with specific forms and modes of relation in this area. This search for principles of Istmo-Colombian ontologies was and is inspired by the anthropological debates on Amerindian ontologies, multinaturalism, new animism, analogism, totemism, and the gap in the social anthropological reflections on the Istmo-Colombian area. Since Paul Kirchhoff's proposal of a Chibcha area in 1943, the same paper where he introduced Mesoamerica as a concept, and Julian Stewart's work on the Circum-Caribbean area, cultural and social anthropology has hardly contributed to a new comparative understanding of this region. The search for comparative view of the region has been led rather by archaeology. Here the work of John Hoops and Oscar Fonseca may be mentioned, and linguistics, so the traditional work from Adolfo Costanla may be mentioned in this context. In Gillian Stewart's cultural ecological vision, the so-called Circum-Caribbean zone was defined especially by the existence of chiefdoms. These chiefdoms, however, had disappeared, and in Stewart's vision, the contemporary transformed and reduced groups thus resembled the cultures of the Amazonian tropical forest. And for this reason, the theoretical framework for this study, at least in the lowlands of the region, was provided by Amazonian anthropology. And even if aspects of social differentiation and complexity disappeared in the last 500 years, and local economies resemble those of tropical forest culture in socio-cosmological or ontological terms, there are, and that's my central argument, some striking differences to the ideal typical Amazonian animism or multinaturalism as defined by Viveros de Castro or Philippe Descola. So I will try to summarize a number of basic principles along which local sociocosmologies differ from the great ontological schemes proposed in the literature. These principles may serve for a dynamic and flexible characterization of the region in terms of Wittgenstein's family resemblances or Rodney Needham's polythetic classification. This means the identified elements are characteristic for the region, but not all of them are necessarily present in each single specific case. And the single principles are not necessarily exclusive for the Eastmo-Columbian area, and some or several of them are likely to exist also outside, for example, in Mesoamerica, also, as I suppose, maybe in different configurations and together with other principles. My reflections on these issues started from two of these general principles, where the divergence to Emersonian ontologies became first visible to me from my own empirical work among the Yukba. They live here, a Carib-speaking group living in the neighborhood of different Chibchan-speaking groups in the Venezuelan-Colombian border region. When I tried to apply the anemic schemes of identification, it turned out that metamorphosis of humans into animals is largely in existence and avoided. And if it occurs, it is irreversible, and there is a continuous and repeated relationship with the dead. Hand in hand with these two elements, a third one has to be mentioned. Humans and animals have not only different physicalities, but also different interiorities and selves. Let me briefly elaborate on these first 3 points. Metamorphosis of humans into animals, which is at the core of Amazonian shamanism and the basis of communication between different human and more than human collectives, is avoided. And if it occurs, it is irreversible. Such transgressions of species boundaries are existent in myths, but hardly part of contemporary practices. The myths much more remind people that such transgression must be avoided, and when it occurs, it is the outcome of unethical or norm transgressing behavior and likely to produce dangerous monstrosity. It is understood as an irreversible, dehumanizing movement that generally ends in disaster. Rather than humans or shamans turning into animals, animals or spirits appear in human shape to establish contact with humans. Humans and animals have not just different physicalities, but also different interiorities and selves. The later, the animals are commonly seen as personalized, but gradually different entities that are potentially able to enter in dialogue and exchange with humans, but rarely do so. Animal interiorities are generally simpler and lack aspects that are constitutional for humans. They are human-like, but not identical to humans, as they are composed not only of different bodies and substances, but also of distinct spiritual aspects. In short, the classical Amazonian multinaturalism, along with the spiritual unity and corporal diversity of animism, seems not strongly present among the groups of the Eastmo-Columbian area. Animals are lacking the completeness of humans. They were human-like in the mythical past, but are no longer today. This establishes a hierarchy and puts animals in a somehow secondary and potentially subhuman position. And finally, there is a special relationship with the dead elaborated in complex death rituals and secondary burials, for example, among the Yukpa, the Vayu, the Peripri, that contrast with the paucity and of death rituals and the tragedies of disremembering the dead described for central parts of the Amazon. And most importantly, the dead do not turn into animals. They return to their villages and houses in the land of the dead, where they meet their deceased relatives. Thus, we have species-specific cycles and the avoidance of being transformed or eating vibrating animals or spirits on the way into the land of the dead. A next set of principles leads from the observation that human and animals have not only different physicalities, but also different interiorities, to the observation that a clear separation between substance and spirit, or between physicality and interiority, is in many cases missing. That substances entail spirit and forms of vitality, and thoughts may be collected and materialized. Interiorities may thereby become materialized, become detachable and transferable, and the transmission of substances may entail the transmission of abilities and knowledge. Animal and plant substances added to the body of newborns through the navel, for example, change the abilities and the skills of the person. And the consumption of food may either establish relations with mythical ancestors or induce changes in the person. Detachable, transferable, and incorporable elements, therefore, induce gradual changes in the individual's knowledge and ability. These practices are obviously part of a larger logic concerning the fabrication of the person, expressed through the incorporation of substances, of plants or body decorations. Of equal importance is which substances must not be incorporated and are avoided. The Amazonian emphasis on the fabrication of the body as a cosmological differentiator appears to swift, however, due to the decreasing relevance attached to the physicality interiority distinction, toward the fabrication of the person through the simultaneous elaboration of body and spirit. The overriding ontological principle seems to be based quite similar to what Arham's argument for Southeast Asia on the logic of different degrees of spirit potency in different bodies. That leads to classes of people who are essentially different in spirit and therefore different in body. Thus, there are graduated forms of personhood with unequal degrees of similarity in terms of spirit, potency, capacity, bodies. Such difference may be established by rituals that fabricate a better or more capable human by selectively incorporating aspects of the other and or connect the individual to the original entities of creation. Such rituals may entail the so-called obligado among the Mbira, the baptism among the so-called baptism among the Iku, the children dance among the Yukpa, or priestly initiation among the Kogi, to mention just a few. Graduated forms of difference may also refer to people of different clans and their forms of being. Hierarchically ranked clans can be observed among groups like the Bribri, the Kapekares, the Iku, Kogi, Biba, and Bayu. Clan members may have exclusive rights to specific knowledge, specific duties, and ritual obligations, and may differ substantially in terms of wealth. A notion of classes of people who are essentially different in spirit and therefore different in body, as Arnhem argued, relates, however, more to the demic logic than to analogic ones, where there are change of graduated differences of interiority and physicality. Totemism establishes from the very beginning hybrid collectives fragmented into various totems that assemble different kinds of beings, such as humans, animals, or plants. In terms of continuity and the importance of substance, a seemingly totemic mode of identification can be identified, especially among those groups organized in clans like the Bribri, the Capecares, the groups of the Sierra Nevada, the Uva, the Wayuu. Moreover, among the groups of the Sierra Nevada, the explicit idea of the creation of the universe from a single original being prevails. This being is conceptualized as Great Mother and identified with the sea and darkness. It existed only in Aluna, in thought, when the world was still in existence. Everything in the world originated from this original mother, as she was the only existing entity. Consequently, myths provide a detailed description of the process of the materialization of thought in terms of gestation and the theogenesis of the Great Mother's sons, daughters, and grandchildren, the today's spiritual fathers and mothers, their different qualities and their associations with places, cardinal directions, and human clans. How to conceptualize then the ontologies from the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, in which, on the one hand, analogistic features abound with regard to the temple, the universe, the human body, the Sierra, the loom, the universe, and so on. Reichel Dolmatov described all these things, and the cosmological layers. On the other hand, we find an all-integrative identity of physicality and interiority, because everything emerged from the original mother, their children and children's. I call an ontology integrated in this way homological, whereby homology, in accordance with Matthews, in contrast to analogy, refers to characteristics derived from a common phylogenetic origin that may or may not demonstrate functional convergence. Analogical pairs are necessarily, in contrast, ontologically discontinuous, whereas homological pairs are predicated on ontological continuity. So you find both principles here. Humans are generally conceptualized as plants in the area, or as having emerged from plants. Humans are often sown as seeds by gods or harvested. The god Savaseva, for example, harvested the first bari from a pineapple. The Nobe sprouted as vegetables. The Bribri god Sibu planted humans, or rather the first 6 human clans as maize kernels that are today's most important clans and the central house posts of the Bribri ritual house and the universe. The closeness of these clans towards the creator establishes a ranked hierarchy toward other clans. As Nino Vargas argues, among the Chibcha, humanizing movements are thought as vegetal germination, while dehumanizing movements are understood as animal metamorphosis. Such vegetal germination is thought in agricultural terms. Agriculture serves as the dominant mode of relation that establishes what Nino Vargas and I call a hierarchical symbiosis between the one who cultivates and those who are cultivated. Such a relationship implies a central dimension of agricultural care and includes aspects of protection, subjection, reciprocity, and nourishing or fertilizing the cultivator or the spiritual ancestors. Thus, a hierarchical relation is established, and the one who is cared for and protected reciprocates by caring, feeding, or fertilizing those who have provided care. In this way, a hierarchical relation of mutual dependence, a hierarchical mutualism is established. Gods plant humans as seeds and care for them, and humans feed or fertilize the gods to be protected. Following such a logic, nourishment does not rely on authority, exocannibalism, or the desubjectivation of meat. Rather, one cares for and nourishes one's own children who are conceptualized as seeds. The central relationship thus does not concern a prey-predator logic, but is an asymmetrical relation between the ancestral parents and their offspring, and consequently also a consanguine relationship, as Arenas Gomez, for example, argued. By feeding and caring for others, relationships necessary for life are nurtured. A good example for these practices can be found among the Gunas of Panama, who feed the auxiliary spirits manifested in wooden statuettes called nuchos, that live with them by smoking them with cacao, by bathing them with aromatic plants, and so they will take care about the Kuna. In many East Colombian societies, it is necessary to nourish non-human beings in order to enjoy a vital balance in which humans do not endanger their survival in relation with other beings in the cosmos. This includes, most importantly, relations to gods, deities, or spiritual parents, conceived in paternal or maternal terms as generally benevolent and protective beings who assume the central position of alterity in local cosmologies. Alterity is therefore no longer a single position of symbolic affinity based on a basically predative relationship, that this has been argued for Amazonia. Thus, the ideal typical other is not the theriomorph symbolic affine in the anthropocentric cosmologies of the Istmo Colombian area. Alterity becomes differentiated and multiplied with a central benevolent relation to ancestor-like deified beings and relations of different kind to the dead, to specific spirits, animals, and former humanities. It is this relationship of hierarchical symbiosis that is at the center of an anthropocentric and anthropomorphic cosmologies. Although the relationship established is hierarchical and asymmetrical, it does not lead to differentiation and conflict, but to identification, and establishes a certain ontological continuity. In such a relational logic, it is the responsibility of those who are cared for to reciprocate and nourish these father or mother-like deified figures. It is, in other words, the responsibility of the humans to maintain these relationships, and there is often a specialized priest-like group of beings, the Mama among the Kogi or the Useka among the Pribri, who are responsible for collective and individual rituals to maintain the source and secure the order of the world. The horizontal Amazonian shamanism, with its logics of metamorphosis, gives way to vertical forms of shamanism and priesthood. In the Istmo Colombian area, shamanism, where it exists, is not metamorphic, but is mediated by spirits held, controlled, and nurtured by the shaman. While in Amazonian Amanism, non-human beings are ontologically equivalent, sharing the same spirit but not a body, here we start from an asymmetrical intersubjectivity. This hierarchy between humans and non-humans influences the modes of relationship, favoring offerings and sacrifice over predation, instead of hunting, offerings, sacrifices that nourish and establish relationships with the spiritual beings. A logic more in line with a system dominated by agricultural care than by predative appropriation. In the Eastmo-Columbian area, there is a hierarchical symbiosis that encourages the establishment of asymmetrical links that integrate, dominate, and dominated entities. At the same time, there are numerous strategies to create an ontological similarity, as Anne Golitz had called it, between entities of a different kind, a synchronization of different temporal spaces, or a ritual coactivity, as Pedro Pitarch called it, that allows transmission of both knowledge and capacities without relying on the Amazonian metamorphosis. Such a relational logic implies a specific morality and responsibility towards the dominant entities. Failure to reciprocate implies cosmological consequences and establishes a specific temporality expressed in cataclysms and changing, deteriorating cosmological structures. Thus, we are often confronted with several creations of mankind that came to an end due to their moral misbehavior, and there may exist former or failed humanities forming part of a broad category of beasts, including animals. As Nino Vargas argued, this leads to specific forms of cosmological temporalities beyond the largely ahistorical flat Amazonian time and the recurrent cyclical time of great changes. We have a time marked by degradations with increasing distance from the original creators and their order, a degradation whose avoidance is a human responsibility and part of human ritual activity, especially through priest-like figures who establish the contact and nourish the primordial beings. Thank you very much, and here is the list of basic principles I tried to explain. Thank you very much for your attention.
And well, thank you for this lovely presentation, and yes, I will now open the discussion. I would like to open we would like to open the discussion, and well, we invite the members of the audience to have the to ask questions, maybe make some comments even. But thank you for this lovely presentation, for this very, very, very nice way of talking about these things. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Okay, shall we have a question? Let me check on
YouTube.
On YouTube.
Magdalena Krysińska.
Okay. I grant You, Magdalena and Flor, please, please, we await your question. Okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Can I ask you about the cooking? More specifically, yeah. Because they have the mamas had to pass this rite of passage, which lasted very long time, many years. In that time when he was there, it's still like that. That they must stay in the darkness for many years, eating specific food special for them. Could you please tell something about that?
Yeah, we have a very, very long initiation, as the Mama said, a very long initiation of about 9 years at least, and where they remain in these temples. They have temples in their villages, yeah, and so the initiates remain most of the time in these temples and in darkness, and leave primarily during the night, and that's one aspect of this very complex and elaborated initiation cycle. And that's what I also wanted to say. These kind of rituals really produce distinct kind of persons, yeah, distinct, not only in a corporal sense, but also, yeah, in the sense of their interiority. And so it's one of the most elaborated ways of this kind of initiations we have really ethnographic evidence about, and these mamas still exist, yeah? They're still present in this area.
Yeah, and because they must perceive the world in a very different way after staying for such a long time, yeah, in the darkness. And yeah, I remember someone said that some beings are teaching them from this darkness. I don't know if you met such I don't know, information when you were working.
It's a complex form of teaching, yeah. But I'm not aware that this kind of teaching would be directly, as in maybe in shamanic initiations, yeah, would directly come from contacts with non-human beings. Yeah, it might be the case, but I'm not aware of it. And as far as I understood, as far as I know, the literature, I haven't read this, or at least it doesn't play a very important role. Yeah, so it's much more a verbally transmitted knowledge and a change in perception through these initiation forms that take place, than a direct contact to non-human beings, as far as I know, and as far as one may say from the available literature.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
I give you the floor.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you for this very interesting and mind-provoking presentation. I'm also Amazonianist, and I feel that we are a little bit taking the floor, probably too much, but I'm just profiting of the fact that there's a possibility to ask a question. I would like to ask you first about, because you are talking about Eastmo-Colombian area, but how would you see the southern border of this area? I'm thinking about Tucanuan peoples and people, Gente del Centro, Witoto, and also if we go further south, Yagua, Zaparoan peoples. In this area, you might also you have vertical shamanism. You have some part of elements of ancestor cult, the Europari complex, and I mean that maybe the image of animism that you are and perspectivism that you take like your background to make appear the specificity of Istmo Colombian area is probably very I don't know if simplified is a good word, or because for instance the predation is not by far the dominant scheme in all Amazonia. You have exchange and if you go south to the Arawakan peoples, you have this scheme of gift. So that would be very interesting to know your opinion about it.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I couldn't go into that in this talk, so I had to use these ideal, typical conceptions, which are also more than others associated with the ontological turn and the ontological positions. But you're absolutely right, and I also mentioned this at least briefly in the introduction to the book, that there are continuities, especially to northwestern Amazonia, especially to the Arawakan. If you look at the volume by Jonathan Hill and Santos Granero on the Arawak-speaking groups, you see that there are many elements, present, which you also find in the Istmo Colombian area. But I think this still there is still this notion, which also, for example, if you look at this paper, and that's why I haven't elaborated it, why I called it an Istmo Colombian package. But if you look at this paper by Carlos Londoño, and if you look at his very abstract three principles, so this notion, this centrality of alterity, is still prominent in northwestern Amazonia, and so my argument would be, okay, there is a certain change, and the dominance of this principle of alterity, which is obviously a dominant one, and also perspectivism associated with it. I don't say that these aspects don't exist in the Istmo Colombian area, but my argument is they are peripheral. Among the Yucca, for example, there is a notion of perspectivism, but it's very selective. It's very selective and mainly developed in the relation with the dead, not so much with the animals, not so, so you have this, so the question is much more, what's in the center and what's more on the periphery of these ontologies, So I think it's wouldn't be clever to make a hard and all too strict distinctions, and there are graduations and forms, and even if you look at Jean-Pierre Chaumet's paper on the relation with the dead, it's not all as Anne-Christine Taylor argued.
Of course.
I'm completely with you. The panorama is more complex, but I still would argue that there are some specificities further north which are not well developed in the Amazonia. And one of the main differences, I think, is the role of this affinal alterity, and the other one is the specific kind of hierarchical relation and hierarchical form of relationship with deified persons who are rather conceived in terms of parents, and then as affinal cannibal gods like the Aravate or something like this. Yeah.
Yes. And could you just elaborate more about this distinction, this notion of homological? Because maybe you could give some more examples with this homology and totemism, how you see the difference between those two notions.
Well, I think totemism is in Philippe Descolat's logic is the only of these four ontologies which doesn't have some a really encompassing or integrating level, that because all these totems are constituted from the very beginning as separate units. Everything in the world is part of one of these totems, and so the question is, what happens if you have really a single source? If like among the groups of the Sierra Nevada, everything emerges from a single abstract source conceptualized as original mother, and also in genealogical terms and ways, and if these continuities in relation to their children and grandchildren and the 36 gods you have at the end are in the center of such a logic. So I think that's a form of ontology, if you want, which is actually not covered by the schemes Philippe Descolat proposed, and so I was struggling how to deal with that, and how to integrate that, and how to call it, and so, and it's not even the dominant logic in the region. I think the groups of the Sierra Nevada are there also in a certain sense specific, because in many other groups you have at least I don't know, a female and a male god, and and they create it, but it's not this kind of sort of self-differentiation, where you reproduce yourself and your children by a masturbative act, and everything in the world is so that's a sort of difference.
This discussion, but we must come back to Mesoamerica. Mesoamerica first.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion. Actually, we'll have some more questions to the end. That was a very lovely presentation. But we'll have to have a presentation by Pedro Pitarch. Pedro Pitarch, and we welcome you. Long time no see, Pedro. And,
yes.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Perfectly. We are waiting for our presentation very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, hello to everybody. And of course, many thanks to the organizers for their kind invitation to this Maya meeting. I should say, speaking with Stanislaw and Michal the other day, I mentioned that I'm very glad to participate in this meeting. First, of course, because the quality of the meeting and the topic, but also, I should say, because it's an opportunity to bring, it takes the opportunity to bring together both pre-Columbianists and ethnographers. Now, this is something a bit rhetoric in Mesoamerican studies, to bring ethnography and pre-Columbian history and so on. And it seems to me that it's rhetoric because it's not an easy thing to do in itself. Traditionally, pre-Columbianists use evidence or data from ethnography to back up certain aspects of their work. And on their part, we ethnographers use some pre-Columbian data or ideas to mainly, nowadays not so much, but mainly to show that, to emphasize continuity. That is, that the Indians we are dealing with are truly Indians. They are truly Mesoamerican. So that it's a kind of relaxation to know that we are dealing really with real Indians. But besides that, it seems to me that there is a kind of nominal agreement where on the part of ethnographers and on the part of pre-Columbianists, we think we are saying the same and we are not. In fact, from my point of view, ethnographic materials with which I have worked with show strong discontinuities with general premises of pre-Columbian studies. So I'm not assuming that there are historical differences, but it seems to me that they are more a matter of perspective. So what happens really when ethnographers and it seems to me, and pre-Columbianists talk to each other, they shortcut, they take whatever they need, and they leave aside the main premises. So what I would like to do here, it's an attempt to bring to discussion together ethnography and history. I'm going to draw on my ethnographic data on the highland Celtal of Chiapas, also other ethnographical evidence from other areas of Mesoamerica, and try to, maybe I should say, dare to expand these insights into Mesoamerica as a whole. I know it's not very popular many times, but it seems this friction seems to me worth it. And specifically, what I would like to do is call attention to what could be called a Mesoamerican topology. That is an indigenous topological perspective on cosmology, on the universe, and ontology, on beings. My argument is that indigenous people from Mesoamerica have a specific view on the cosmos, which, in this view, it's mainly not geometrical, but erase that word. It's mainly topological. It's a topological perspective. The way they understand the cosmos and transformations of being happen, it's topological. I'll go in brief into this. No, so this is an argument I've been working in the last years. I have published some things on this, mainly in Spanish, just a bit in English, and now I have summarized these ideas in English language, and I'm going to publish it in a paper. And I mention this because what I'm going to present here is to read some fragments or some parts of the introduction to that paper. That's why I mentioned this. And if I have time enough, I would like to then show some cases into which these ideas may be applied. So I start reading. Let us suppose that a cosmology could be condensed in a series of figures, or rather operations. In the Mesoamerican world, one of these operations would be the fold. The fold, or crease, is the borderline that allows the distinguishing and, above all, articulation of the two domains into which the indigenous cosmos is divided: the solar state, extensive and discrete, which humans and other ordinary beings inhabit, and the intensive virtual state where spirits dwell. Instead, I should say that in Celtal language, they have two specific terms to design this. It's not an abstraction I made. One is Hamalal, which is the solar world. I believe, I'm not a specialist, but I believe that comes from the Mijezocan word Hama, which means sun, light, heat. And the other one is Chalamal, could be translated as the other side in a very strict sense. Like a cloth, beings or fragments from the intensive domain fall onto themselves in order to enter the solar world. And inversely, beings in the solar world unfold themselves temporarily or permanently to become dissolved in the intensive domain. However, the reference to fabric here, to textile, is not arbitrary, given that textile art is an elemental activity in the Mesoamerican world. My argument is based on the assumption that the cosmos is conceived as a piece of fabric, a textile work in which the two domains of existence occupy obverse and reverse positions, and folding this fabric makes transition between them possible. The alternation of obverse and reverse is the difference between the discrete and a continuous state. Let's see if I can share the, okay. The alternation of obverse and reverse is the difference between a discrete and a continuous state. In the former, the plating of the figures is relatively clear, while in the latter, the motifs are blurred to the extent they lose their outlines. The image is the obverse and reverse of a Mixtec Pozahuanco from Oaxaca, but I don't think this is a particularly illustrative model. Any textile made in a backstruck loom has this difference between the two sides, right? And I continue. Moreover, the fold and its logical conclusion, the wrapping, constitutes the main Mesoamerican procedure for introducing discrete elements, that is, intervals, in the continuous world of spirits. Now, what backs my concern here, it's the following. My interest in the performativity of textiles has, however, a further motivation to expose a type of Mesoamerican imagination more attentive to questions of flows, operations, and transformations than to stable geographies and classifications of beings and things. An imagination thus less concerned with representing or categorizing the world than with activating it and interacting with it. Since its inception, it seems to me, the study of Mesoamerican cosmology has been guided by a systematizing reason that privileges images such as cosmograms with centers and cardinal points, levels or planes of the world, geometric figures of time and space, or taxonomies of living beings, gods or spirits, as you wish to call them. Think, for instance, this characterization of Maya time in geometrical figures, circular, as in the wheel, or quadrangular or square, these geometric images, or this taxonomical reason applied to classify Maya gods, to take that example, or other spirits and so on. What we find, it seems to me, it's a reaction from the parts of spirits and gods to be classified. They evade classification systematically, despite the effort anthropologists do on this. They trick anthropologists as they trick other gods and they trick Indian people, right? Such a view probably may be dated back to the studies in Sunni cosmology published in the late 19th century by Frank Hamilton Cushing. And in this regard, it may be recalled that Durkheim and Morse devoted an entire chapter of their primitive classification to presenting Cushing conclusions. They write, a veritable arrangement of the universe where all beings and facts in nature are classed, labeled, and assigned to fixed places in a unique and integrated system in which all the parts are coordinated and subordinated one to another. And by contrast, what the figure of faults and topological operations in general make possible is precisely a non-centered, non-totalized perspective of the world. That's what I would like to advance from my ethnographic experience. I continue. Otherwise, signaling the textile as conceptual matter obviously refers back to Levi-Strauss' logic of sensible qualities, as he showed in admirable detail in his studies of Amerindian mythology. The concept and abstract relationships are expressed through concrete categories of reality. The meanings are created from routine, frequently domestical, technical processes, as occurs, for instance, in cookery. The intelligible and the sensible, the conceptual abstract and the material concrete become inseparable and are expressed, so to speak, one through the other. As formulated by Henare, Holbreth, and Waskill in Thinking Through Things, the textile, specifically the Mesoamerican textile, would be placed in a two-way relationship. A concept as a thing, thereby endowed with material efficacy, and a thing as a concept, thereby endowed with reflective capacity. In Mesoamerica, where textile is fundamentally a female domestic activity produced on a backstrap loom, it represents a particularly expressive means of sensible abstraction, able as it is to combine a wide range of sensory elements, fiber, textures, colors, movements, compositions, design, rhythm. Textile becomes an extraordinarily apt medium for thinking of the world's relationships. Yet, above all textile inflections serve as a coextensive form of expressing relationships of opposition, inversion, mediation, or interchange. To take an example, in Celtal, the verb designating the action of folding a cloth in half, which is back, likewise means a social relationship of correspondence and exchange of gifts. And in fact, the term describes things such as reciprocal work, in-kind exchange, verbal response, monetary compensation, or a reprisal. Furthermore, if the fold is diagonal with three sides like a folded serviette, it would be a female relationship, and if horizontal with four sides, a male one. Thus, folding is not simply a further metaphor, but a key speculative tool for understanding the Mesoamerican working of the cosmos and transformation of being. In a strict sense, a fold is the creased part of a flexible material that allows one side to be placed over the other in such a way as the inside is turned out and vice versa. But in fact, I use fold here as a term of convenience to encompass what in indigenous Mesoamerican languages is in fact an extensive set of expressions designating operations on textiles, paper, and other vegetable fibers. Of course, petates would be among them, right? Just as an incision here, looking at vocabularies, certainly Maya vocabularies, but from other Mesoamerican language, it's impressive how many terms they have for actions on or with textiles or vegetable fibers, twisting, folding, this huge amount of expressions that are very precise in what they are expressing, dealing with, right? It's impossible to find, at least in Spanish, this kind, not even in technical language, find all this vocabulary lexicon. In European languages, we have just a few common terms such as fold, pleat, roll, and twist, which are insufficient to translate its complex verbal field of textile inflections. We could think of this field as a kind of indigenous topology. The topology implies an interplay of spaces that are not altered by continuous reversible transformations. A cloth is a continuous surface. Surfaces are important here. in Mesoamerica, I think in Amerindia in general. It's a continuous surface that can be folded, unfolded, stretched out, contracted, or deformed without losing its continuity, without separating what is joined, nor uniting what is separated. Origami would be an example of this topology. As you know, the paper of origami cannot be cut or glued. You have to make the foldings without restoring to this cutting or gluing. But in terms of Mesoamerica, it seems to me that there is an emphasis, unlike origami, with deformity, with asymmetry, with twisting. As you probably know, many gods create or transform things, gods, spirits, in Mesoamerica by folding vegetable fibers or twisting vegetable fibers. This is an act of creation or of transformation in Mesoamerica. So there's a taste for deformity here. In any case, we are not dealing with a topology in an analytical or mathematical sense, for instance, as a set of abstract variables applicable to the study of kinship, but it is rather an interest in concrete positions, or more exactly, prepositions, with, against, within, outside of, in, between is particularly important, and so on. As Michel Serres, the philosopher and mathematician, writes, topology describes positions, operators of inflections or declinations that designate not the places as such. Contents and continents define, delimited, outlined, in other words, metrical or measurable, but the relationships of vicinity, proximity, adherence, or accumulation. In other words, the position. Now, what it seems to me interesting in topology is that distance or measure are not needed because topology is not dependent on quantities, but on relationships. So in ethnography, for instance, we are always concerned where this place is, how big it is, etc., etc. Where I suggest Indian people are more concerned about not so much what Serres calls contents and continents, defined, delimited, outlined, but on the relationships between them and between humans and between beings in general, right? In ethnography, at least, this is something difficult to think, but it seems to me that works well in terms of our data. In the Mesoamerican textile ensemble, the fundamental factor is not the two sides, the two domains of existence considered by themselves. I was talking about the world of the sun and the other side, right? At least from a Saltal perspective, they are not so much concerned on how to define each of these domains, but on the relationships between these domains. They come into play and pass from one to the other. Moreover, as Roy Wagner has shown for any what he calls differentiating culture, it is the relationship that defines the terms and not the inverse. The indigenous attention is focused not on that which is distinguished, but on the distinction itself. And the distinction, I suggest, is the fold, or these topological movements, right? Consequently, the fold is thought as being previous to these domains. In the process of separating them, it creates them. It is precisely on this provisional borderline, which opens between the two states, that which is designated by the preposition between, where transcendent events occur. Through this relational flux, beings and objects are altered, multiplied, unified, become. The fold essentially is the place of transformation. I stop here reading this fragment from the introduction, and just in the few minutes I have left, I would like to mention some aspects that I've been working with, where I apply this topological perspective, and especially this idea of folding as performing actions on the world. Perhaps the main model of this folding, it's the human birth itself. During gestation, the fetus body, excuse me, is turned inside out when it's in the mother's womb. What will be its interior is still outside itself. The souls exist outside the body, in contact with the placenta surrounding it. During birth, the fetus folds upon itself, imprisoning the souls inside itself and dragging them into the solar world to form part of the person throughout his individual life. With the body's death, the moment of unfolding, these fragments are restored to their original dimension. The image is more or less like, I don't know if it can be shown like this, but inside the wombs, the fetus of the body of the fetus, it's inside out. So the souls are in contact with the placenta, and when the birth starts, the body starts to fold and imprisons those fragments we call souls, which are simply fragments from the other side, until for the rest of his life, until the unfolding, which happens with death, right? Incidentally, the Celton term expression for this operation of folding during birth, it's sbot sba. Sba is the reflexive, but bot, the term bot, which has several meanings. One of them, and this is what I was explained by Celton, it's to turn inside out a textile garment, a cloth. When you like a glove, you show the inside. That's bought, right? So this image of textiles is very strong in this folding, and it could be remembered that in many places in Mesoamerica, at least ethnographically, the mother uterus, the womb, is thought of as a loom, as a loom where the body of the fetus, of the baby, is weaved. And as a matter of fact, at least among the Celtal, it's very important that mothers weave while they are pregnant, because while weaving, it helps the baby to fabricate his body, to make his body, right? Well, this is an example. There are many ritual examples of moving from one side to the other, one domain to the other, through taking clothing, through folding clothes, etc. For instance, in Chiapas Islands, to wrap a baby in the wrong direction, it's to put it in the side of the dead. And grandmothers insist very much on the way one has, if it's clockwise or counterclockwise, the way you have to wrap the baby, or old people as well, right? So I cannot go into these examples of ritual movements with textiles, but just to mention them, and the other aspect that could be applied, this idea of folding, is, for instance, the human body, the articulations of the human body, the places where the body articulates are the main way to, one of the, not the main way, but one of the vias, the ways to go into the other side. So, for example, disease enters through the articulations, not the orifices, the holes of the body, but through the articulations. And shamans, they read the disease which comes from the other side in the articulations of the body, right? And well, this is another example. Other example, which is, it would take me too much, but a time, but it's art, sacred bundles, which is a classic topic in Mesoamerican studies, both historically and ethnographically. The idea that a wrapping, it's the final cause of a fold. What these textile folds make, it's to sort of capture these fragments from the other side and maintain them in the solar domain through these bundles, which are folding. And indeed, folding and wrapping, it's a common theme in many Mesoamerican areas. Think, for instance, in crosses that should be folded or vestidas, right? Or saints, or all these magical wrappings, sacred bundles, right? Just a last example, because I'm running out of time, could be the very idea of time. I take some examples from the Highland Maya, both in Guatemala and Chiapas, but let me just mention one that it's maybe better known, is the way that cartoons end in the books of the Chilambalam. If you remember the term for the end of the cartoon, it's uts, or there are other terms, because there are other terms for folding, like bal or others. But it's interesting that a cycle finishes, by, it seems to me, I guess it has been pointed out already, but I haven't read about this, that a cycle, it ends by its very folding. When it folds, it starts another cycle, like very much like the clocks painted by Dali. Well, I don't want to go into more examples. I'm adjusting my time, so I guess I'll leave it here. Thank you very much for your attention, and I just leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for this wonderful talk. And well, let's welcome
several hands.
Several hands we have here. Here. Who was first? I saw Ernst was first, according to Stanislaw. Okay. So I grant the floor to Ernst.
Okay, it was I just wanted to applaud and not so much pose a question, but I would ask, is it something specifically Mesoamerican, or is this logic of folding and the textiles something that could have broader implications beyond the region?
Well, for obvious reasons, I think this works in Mesoamerica, and I believe in the Andes too. It's obvious because these are places where textile are the privileged matter, so to speak, not only for ritual art, but for transformations themselves, right? Wrapping and clothes and so on. So, and we should remember that as far as I know, the textiles in the Andes, in the Pacific coast, started like more than 4,000 years ago. That's even more than in the old world. So textiles are something. I don't know if in the Amazon, for instance, there were textiles time ago, or they were so important because obviously are more difficult to maintain in time. But this is not something new. This is something very old. In Mesoamerica, probably we have very developed textiles from 2,500 years ago. So that's quite a bit. It seems that in regard to textiles, this works for Mesoamerica, the Andes, maybe the Pueblo area, and maybe some, I don't know, the Shipibo, Conibo. I don't want to go to Amazonia, which is an area I don't know.
Eastmo Colombian also are food staples.
Eastmo Colombian, well, yeah, like Kuna and so on, of course. In this ethnographic direct way, but the idea of a topology that could work not only with textiles, but also with schemes, for instance. This is something I cannot speak about, but it could be thought of. And there is a very interesting paper by Stephen Hugh Jones on tubes and flutes and so on, which he doesn't develop this idea of topology very much, but he mentions it. He's concerned about this transformational topology. And in a sense, Amazonians also, I think they deal a bit with this. Not that much, but I think it seemed to me that obviously because in Mesoamerica and in the Andes, we have textiles, we have all these vegetable fibers, like any Mesoamericanist knows that a petate, a vegetable mat, a plant mat, it's something very, very important. And the foldings and wrappings and so on with the petates they perform many things. So there is to finish the question, the answer. There is on the one hand something that is possibly specifically Mesoamerican or maybe Andean, and something that is maybe more general in terms of Americanism. But of course, again, there I cannot not say much.
I thank you for this, and I will now give the floor to Monika Banach.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
I do.
Thank you, Pedro, for this interesting presentation and for talking about the fold, which is also a very interesting concept to me. And I wanted to ask about maybe one thing. I was reading your book and I saw you were writing that the person is a fold or an imprint, and upon being born, like the future human beings fold onto him. And I just wanted to ask you if you think that this applies only to human beings or also to non-human beings. For example, could, for instance, a mountain be unfolded or unfolded? Mm-hmm. And this is one thing. And then the other thing was like, it's interesting how you speak about the folding in terms of like the textiles. And I was thinking that I'm studying in the Ishu region in Guatemala, and I have been told a couple of times that when I asked about like why people wrap the babies in so many layers, they told me that this is because it's like the maize, like the maize cob it's folded many times with the leaves, and then you can't really like unwrap it or open it because it may like get spoiled from the inside. So that's why people wrap the babies so cozily. So I was thinking that maybe you also have or heard something like that during your field work, some comparisons like that to maize, and maybe you could elaborate on that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
That's an interesting point. Babies have to be wrapped, among other things, because they are new. They have come from the other side, right? And they are not accustomed to the solar world. So there is a certain, especially in the first days and months, there's a certain risk that they simply disappear. What happens with sacred bundles is that if you open open them, what is inside disappears. It's not that, it's not spoiled, it disappears, goes to the other side, right? So that's why the bundle, in this case of the babies, have to contain them. It's important to close the bundle as much as possible. And so I would answer yes. I agree with this idea of yours. The first question, it's a very interesting one, and I've been thinking a bit about that. Do only human beings and other beings are wrapped, or every being in the world is wrapped? And in a sense, that this is a matter of degree. Human beings are clearly folded. Other animals are folded. There are sacred bundles which are folded, etc., etc. Because in a sense, we are like a sacred bundle, right? Humans are like a sacred bundle. Now, it seems to me that also, for instance, you mentioned the example of a mountain, a cerro, and a mountain, a hill. It can be thought of also as an envelope, as something enveloped, as a bundle, because it has a cloth that is inside, which is the master, the dueño, right? Which works as something that which is being contained, and the rest is the envelope itself. So in a sense, I think this is going too far, but we could think this movement of folding as a general thing in the world that the solar world comes into being. It's through a folding. A folding of the other side. So I think that's something that it's interesting to keep thinking of or researching. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a wonderful idea. Yes, Monica.
Thank you very much.
One short, because we have to make a question break. Daniel.
Hi, Pedro.
Hi.
Thank you for amazing presentation. And his theory of your theory of the fold, I think it's something very important, something that I am dialogue with my researchers. Then I see this theory as a broader attempt to contribute with a Mesoamerican concept, also to the anthropological theory itself. How do you see the resistance that still exists between a more effective concepts exchange and a dialogue between the Mesoamerican and the South American anthropology, like the ideas of the ontological term, for example? I thought in the last decades we can perceive an attempt to open this dialogue, above all on the part of some Mesoamerican anthropologists. How do you see this, Pedro?
I mean, with South Americanists?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going on already, this dialogue. The risk is to transport directly Amazonian conceptions to Mesoamerica. For instance, the idea of perspectivism sensu stricto, as Stanislaw Iwaniszewski or Parcida Vilaza or Eduardo Viveiro de Castro use them. It's difficult to apply to Mesoamerica. I think it doesn't work in itself. What can be applied, it's a more general tendency to think in terms which are a bit different than conventional ones in Mesoamerica. I think that helps. But again, in Mesoamerica, we need native concepts to unfold, to emerge specifically as something that works as an explanation. Also, now that you are mentioning this is just what I don't know if you see in your screen. This is a sacred bundle of Huichol people. It's a sacred bundle, and I thought of this because there is a tendency, an attempt to always close the bundle, because there's a tendency that these bundles open by themselves. In this case, it's closed even by the arrows. They close it as strong as they can, right? Well, just mentioning adding something that you have brought to the discussion, and this is a personal commentary. We're sometimes one reads about the ontological turn, what has been labeled as such, as if it's something new, and it's not new. We have been with this turning with this turn, so to speak, more than 20 years, at least in ethnography and other areas. So right now there is a tendency to conventionalize this ontology. At first, it was very innovative, but as more anthropologists and other in other disciplines, they start to use these ideas and so on, they get conventionalized. So what we need now, perhaps, it's to again innovate, to cause frictions with this ontology. And it's interesting, but what do they do not work? What can we say about these things? This is, I think, this is the moment to start with this kind of approach, where to reload these ideas in innovative terms and not just let them there conventionalized. That's my point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but we have to announce the break, and we will see each other in, well, let's
5:14. No, 5:14.
Yes, let's keep to the schedule exactly in 11 minutes. Okay. Thank you again, Pedro.
So see you in 11 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back after our small coffee break. I hope everybody rested adequately, and we are ready to enjoy the last part of this ethnographic session. And I would like to welcome Alice Balsanelli, a very interesting case of an anthropologist who, as I understand, has experience in both experience in ethnographic research or in both Mesoamerica and the lowland America and the southern lowland America, and we will present us her very interesting research that was conducted among the Lacandones of Chiapas. Okay, I will then give the voice to Alice. Are you ready for the presentation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So just let me share my desktop so I can show my presentation. It's here. Can you see it?
Still not yet.
Oh,
okay. Yes.
Can you see it? Okay.
Yes. It's fine.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And well, my name is Alice Balsanelli, and I'm currently studying in the Centro de Estudios Maya in Mexico. And in this discussion, I examine the Lacandon Maya conception of animals as persons and the implications of the endowment of personhood to game in Lacandon hunting. The main purpose of my research was recovering the traditional Lacandon hunting practices, analyzing them as a social and ritual complex. I've been doing fieldwork among Lacandon people since 2011, and I worked mainly in two villages called Naha and Tabak, both located in the northwest region of the Lacandon forest in the state of Chiapas, Mexico. The Lacandon constitute one of the smallest indigenous groups in the world. They call themselves the Hachuinic, which means the true people in their language. And they speak Hashtan, which belongs to the Yucatec Mayan linguistic group and is closer to the Itza Mayan language, especially the northern Lacandon. Their former religion system, their pantheon and the ritual complex presented numerous similarities with the ancient Maya practices. As was noted by the first anthropologists who worked among the Hachuinic in the early 20th century, like Tosser, Baer, Fustel, and Bruce. The preservation of some rituals and practices and gods of the classic and post-classic Mayan religion was enabled by the isolation in the forest. Nevertheless, the rituals observed by the first scholars who worked among the Hachuinic represented a reminiscence of a more complex and structured ritual system. There were no priests, nor diviners, nor astronomers or mathematicians. The religious leaders were the male heads of the different families who lived scattered in the forest. The religious leader is called the Tohil in Maya, a term originating from Toh, which means a great or wise or just. Each cluster of households was autonomous, and they worshipped specific gods represented by a collection of incense burners. These sacred censers were kept inside the temple, which is a simple structure of pole and thatch called Uyatoshku, the house of the gods. Rituals involved the offering of copal incense and the balche, a ritual drink made of tree bark fermented with honey. That was offered to the god pot. The rituals were performed in specific moments of the year, accordingly with the agricultural cycle, or whenever the mediation of the gods was needed. For example, to ask for rain, or before hunting, as you will see, or to help the crops to grow. Moreover, Lacandon believed that all disease and accidents had a mystical cause. Sicknesses, misfortunes, miscarriages were thought to be provoked by angry God to punish a person who had committed a wrongdoing. So rituals were also performed to placate the gods who had committed, to placate the gods and to ask them to heal the culprit. Of course, this conception of sicknesses changed when Lacandon started contracting contagious disease of Western origin. The Lacandon, here we can see a ritual in Naha, one of the villages where I work. And the Lacandon still practiced slash and burn agriculture in their fields or milpas, corn in Maya. They grew corn, black beans, chili pepper, squash, along with different kinds of edible tubers and fruit trees. Agriculture is still the most important form of sustenance. In the past, also the meat of the game from the forest obtained during the hunting parties was an important source of food, as it was observed by the anthropologists who worked among the Hatchwinic of the mid-20th century. Nevertheless, the area they inhabit now was declared as a natural reserve as a result of the massive colonization of the Lacandon forest by Celtal and Chol Maya groups, which started in 1940. So hunting that once was considered as a primary form of sustenance and a sacred activity was declared forbidden. It also lost its social and religious importance. For this reason, one of the aims of my work was recovering the ancient hunting practices through an extended and intensive fieldwork, gathering the testimony of the last elders who took part to the hunting parties and who still remember all the rules and the taboos that were involved in hunting ceremonials. So in the theories of the ontology and perspectivism have provided me with a framework for understanding the ontological principles on which Lacandon personhood is based. As we will see, understanding the concept of person among the Lacandon is extremely important to understand the real meaning of hunting as a sacred and ritual activity. As in many Amerindian groups, Lacandon ontology can be defined as animism, because they conceive the world to be inhabited by different types of subjects, all of them sharing the same spiritual essence, which in Lacandon Maya is called Pishan, and that we can translate as soul or spirit. So the Schola defines animism as a social continuity between nature and culture, which is founded on the attributions of human characteristics and disposition to a wider group of natural creatures and supernatural phenomena. Thus, the concept of humanity is, as Vivero says, the original common condition possessed by all natural beings. In similar concepts, the Hatchwinic think that, well, humans, animals, plants, natural objects, and non-human entities like the gods or the spirits living in the forest possess the same essence, which is called the Pishan. So they are all regarded as persons, as Winnick. The word Winnick can be translated as people, subject, and so they are all people in essence. And the term Winnick refers to the original and common condition of all the beings inhabiting the Lacandon cosmos. For example, they say that a peccary and a man are intrinsically identical, while the body marks the ontological difference, which reminds us of the Amerindian corporality, the question of Amerindian corporality as it was discussed by Vilasa, Cayon, Viveros, De Scola, and many other authors of the ontological turn. So Lacandon people claim that in the forest, wild animals live in collective, organized along the same lines as human society. They live in huts supported by wooden poles. They grow corn in their fields, in their milpas. They have temples where they worship their gods. They perform rituals and they drink balche. Within their collective, they perceive themselves as people and consider the Lacandon, especially hunters, as predators. This model that was defined as perspectivism by Viveros de Castro refers to the presupposition that each living species is human within its own collective from his point of view, and that each group has a specific point of view localized in the body. So Lacandon will say that from his point of view, a peccary is an animal who steals his crops, who steals his maize, while in reality the peccary perceives himself as a man who's working in his own milpa and who is eating the maize he had grown. Another example of perspectivism among the Lacandon people could be can be found when the informants speak about the rituals that are performed by animals. For example, it's said that frogs gather to drink the sacred balche for the god of the rain, their god, which is called Mansabak in Mayan. So when people hear frogs singing at night, it's because they are celebrating a feast, and their ceremonial drink in reality is mud, but they see it as real balche. The same happens inside the caves where bats, sek in Mayan, also celebrate balche. They burn copal, and a man who enters the cave and is invited to the ceremony will be offered tamales, meat, but in reality, what he sees as what the animals, the bats, see as tamales or as meat, in reality is fruit. So the Lacandon myths are like a reminder for the future generation so that the Hatchwinic, the Lacandon, never forget that in reality what they see as trees or as prey animals are people instead. Nevertheless, especially in the past, animals constituted an important element in the Lacandon diet. So this ambivalence in the identity of wild animals that are considered at the same time as prey and as people implies an ethical problem when the hunter finds himself in the position of a predator that in fact kills a fellow man, a human. Moreover, animals are protected by non-human power entities. which belong to two categories in Lacandoan culture. The first group is constituted by the earthly gods, who are thought to live inside the caves in the jungle, and they protect all wild animals. For example, we have the forest keeper, Kanankash, and the great house, Yahavna, and the minor gods called the Chembekuch. Moreover, each species is protected by the animal masters or owners. For example, we have the master of spider monkeys, Uyumi Mash, the master of the peccaries, Uyumi Kitam, the god of vultures, Ukuichon, or the mother of bees, Unaikap. Their main labor consists in protecting the game from abusive hunters and to ensure that the hunters act correctly before, during, and after the hunt, including respecting specific ethical rules and taboos. The earthly gods and the animal owners regard wild animals as their children, or as their children, Utial in Maya, or as their domestic animals, Uyarak. Hence, humans need to establish a contract with these non-human entities in order to be allowed to hunt in the forest or to fish in the lakes. As an informant in Naha says, we are killing their domestic animals, so we need their permission. If we don't ask them, we will be stealing. Just like a man will steal my chickens, it will make me terribly upset. This notion can be observed in many Mayan groups where it's believed that the animal master keeps the wild animals in his farmyard. So the animal masters allow the animals to leave only when a hunter asks for the permissions through specific rituals and offerings. I will now describe the Lacandoan ritual complex and the main rules and taboos involved. First of all, we can observe that hunting is regulated by specific ethic rules. A hunter shall kill only the animals that are required to sustain his family. He can never exceed this amount. Hunting is never a sport or an entertainment because the man is aware that he's taking a person's life. This is extremely important. Therefore, killing is primarily justified by the need for food. Females and cubs must not be killed, only the males. The prey must be killed neatly and quickly, and unnecessary pain shall not be experienced by the victim. Finally, the meat must be consumed entirely. Waste is not allowed. It will be considered as an insult. And the bones, as we will discuss later, must be returned to the animal master. So, hunting, the Lacandoan hunting ceremonialism was structured by three main ritual moments: the petition for prey in the sacred temple or in the caves, the ritual preparation of the meat, and the return of the animal remains in specific sacred shrines. So we will start with the petition for the prey. Here in the pictures, you will see the centers representing two of the gods who allow hunting. Yahavna, the protector of wild animals, and Kanankash, the forest keeper. This is Yahavna, and this is Kanankash. So, when a hunter required the meat to feed his family or to prepare offerings for the gods, he had to plead for the permission of the gods. This process was carried out in the temple or in a cave where the earthly gods was supposed to live. In both cases, Kopal was offered, and the pleading recited by the hunter that I recorded during my fieldwork is similar to the prayers registered by Thompson among Guatemalan Mayans. So the hunter asks for the permission to kill 1 or 2 prey animals, underlining that he will kill only the animals necessary for his sustenance. He also stresses out that he needs to kill. The need to kill is justified by the necessity to eat and to feed the gods. Finally, he promises that he will give something back to the gods if the hunt is successful. Here I have the translation of, well, it's a prayer. It's translated from Mayan, and it says, give me meat to eat. I will kill just 1 or 2. I won't let it rot. I will eat it. I will eat all the meat. Then I will give you something back. I will give you tortillas, beans, meat. I will burn copal, sombalche, everything you want. You will allow them, referring to the prey, to the animals, to show up so that I will see them, I will kill them. So, as any ritual process, hunting required a period of sexual abstinence, which underlines that hunting was considered as sacred. A Lacandan man will not sleep with his wife the night before going to the forest, and he would avoid any contact with pregnant women. Moreover, a successful hunt requires a special language that can be defined as euphemistic. For example, well, he has to mask the intention of killing. He cannot express his desire to look for prey, and no mention of violence or weapons was allowed. For example, a Lacandan man would say to his wife, I'm going to have a walk in the forest, instead of expressing his intention to look for game. As Bilevslev observes in native hunting societies, men abandon ordinary speech in favor of a special linguistic code which skillfully screens out the reality of being a human predator. Moreover, as we said, Lacandan people believe that animals are people, and they speak Mayan. So they believe that if the animals heard the hunter's intentions, they would anticipate him and hide in the woods. Hunters know that the animal masters and the earthly gods will punish them if they don't respect the established ethical injunctions. There are different kinds of punishments. The simplest one consists in preventing the hunter from killing further prey. It says that the owners and the gods won't allow the game to show up when an abusive hunter goes to the forest. If the sin is considered by them as more serious, the hunter can be punished with the loss of his soul, which leads to physical diseases or madness and even death. In some cases, the master can take the life of one of the hunter's relatives. This is a form of compensation for the unauthorized and or unfair killing of one of their children or domestic animals. So after the hunter obtained the desired prey, the preparation of the meat also required a specific ritual process, especially when the meat filled the tamales for the gods. These offerings were called nahua, which means the great bread, and were offered in the temple to the censors, to the gods who had allowed the hunt, or to those whose intervention was needed. The same rules prescribed for the hunters before killing the prey had to be respected by women that had to prepare the sacred offerings. They had to observe a long period of sexual abstinence They had to isolate themselves in the households, avoiding any contact with men. The Nahuatl were prepared in a special place. It's a ritual kitchen, the kitchen of the temple, where only women were allowed, which underlines that the activity was considered as sacred. Before filling the corn dough with the game's meat, women had to wear clean clothes, they had to wash their hands carefully, and they were not allowed to try the food because the gods were the first ones to eat. Moreover, they could not touch their skin, they couldn't touch anyone because Lacandon believed that human smell would spoil the god's food. So when the offerings were ready, the celebrant of the rite in the temple offered the nakwa to the gods. Small bits of meat and the nakwa were fed to the censors, were placed inside the censor's mouth, and the distribution of the offerings was always accompanied by chants, and copal was burned too. Afterwards, after the gods had eaten their offerings, people were allowed to share and consume the food. Here we can see the nahua made by a woman in Naha. The final moment of hunting ritual complex consisted in the ritual deposition of the animal bones in the forest to return them to the animal master. Because it's believed that the animal masters can regenerate the sacrificed creatures from their mortal spoils. The belief that the animal remains must be subjected to a specific ritual deposition is observed in many Mesoamerican groups, and concerning the Maya ethnography and archaeology, we can recall the works of Linda Brown, who studies contemporary hunting shrines in the region of the Lake Atitlan in Guatemala. As other authors also who also work on hunting ceremonialism, she stresses that returning the bones to the animal masters allowed the rebirth of the hunted animals and assures the renewal of the hunter's divine license to hunt. In the beliefs of these native people, bones are considered as fertile elements since they retain part of the spiritual essence of the subject they belong to. That's why Hamayon defines them as the soul support. Also, the Maya regard bones as fertile elements, and in their iconography and also, in the ethnography, we can find that bones are constantly associated with elements belonging to the semantic field of vegetation and fertility, such as seeds, sprouts, and maize. Considering that bones are supposed to retain part of the spiritual forces of the animals, they have to be returned to their owners that will form new creatures from the vital hint contained in the remains. Hunters who fail to return the bones of the prey commit a wrongdoing, since they wouldn't allow the regeneration of the creatures they have killed. Thus, they will be punished by the masters or by the animals themselves. Actually, one informant in Naha told me that if the prey's bones are not properly stored up in the roof of the households, and if they're not returned to the forest, the spirit of the animal will chase the hunter, who will find himself in the position of prey, causing illnesses or death, and also in some case, the death of some relatives of the hunter. So in the past, the Lacandon people store the animal remains in the households, as we can see in the pictures, or in the kitchens. Also, they could be stored in the sacred temple, especially the skulls. Alternatively, some bones were deposited in the forest and in hollow tree trunks or in the caves, where the animal masters are supposed to live, as we've seen. So the bones now, well, as hunting has lost its ritual importance, and the deposit in the forest is no longer practiced. The bones are now just preserved in the kitchen or in other spaces of the house. Anyways, people never burn them, never waste them. They are always preserved somewhere. Despite of the changes in the religion, the Lacandon still believe in the existence of the animal owners. And they still regard animals as intelligent beings with a soul and as people, as unique. So we have seen that a hunter must maintain a correct behavior during each phase of hunting, which is considered as a religious and sacred process. Lacandon hunting was never studied from this point of view. That's why the theories of the ontology and perspectivism have helped me to understand the real meaning of Lacandon hunting. Now, for example, the Lacandon people live in a natural reservation where hunting is forbidden by law. Yet, as we've seen in the past, the Lacandon hunting ceremonialism already implied the respect of specific rules, constituting a system in which the main purpose, such as predation, was justified by a ritual and social complex. The extension of personhood to animals and to other inhabitants of the forest compelled people to respect these rules before they were impacted by foreign law. Hunting is, as we see, as a crucial moment of interaction between members of these two collectives, humans and non-humans. And the respect of the taboos is fundamental in order to maintain a good relationship between humans and their creators, and finally, to maintain the cosmic order. My research aims to understand Lacandon ontology, starting from their perceptions of personhood and its implication on Lacandon hunting. I would like to stress out the fact that applying a new anthropological perspective is important because we can, for example, in this case, Lacandon hunt that was never studied before can be understood considering before the ontological notions of the Lacandon group, hunting will never be conceived as a ritual complex if animals weren't considered as people. Their conception in that case would be similar to the Western conception, where hunting is just a sport or an entertainment. So, well, that's all, and I hope. Hello, I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
We enjoyed very much. Thank you for it.
I lost.
Thank you. It was very important contribution to our conference. And we would like to open now a discussion. And I think we have a perfect crowd to discuss such themes and such presence. And we are waiting for the Pedro. I see Pedro.
I had my microphone closed. Just to start with a brief question. As you mentioned, the word for what you translate for soul, pishan, it's in Lacandon and as we know in many Mayan languages, it's usually translated as soul. But we also know that pish means to fold or to wrap. Do you have any, just to make a connection with the other talk, do you have any hypothesis about why the term soul means to wrap or to fold?
Yes, I've asked them also because I read your book and I was very interested in the meaning and in the meaning of the word pishan. And they say, well, I'm telling you what people told me. They say that they see the body as something disposable, as a container. The soul, the essence, is the most important thing because it's, as you know, it's eternal, and the body is not. And so the body, the soul is contained, is wrapped in the body, which is like a container. This is what they told me. I think that it has to do with the fact that they recognize that all the beings are identical because they share the same pishan. They say, "Etin pishan," I have the same soul.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, and it's an honor to talk with you.
Thank you very much.
Philip, and then Ernst.
Hi, Alice. It was very, very interesting, and I would have a lot of questions, of course, because I work in Amazonia. So, as you know, we have very similar phenomena there. I will just allow myself to first offer you one reference of you probably know that article, but it's very very good for overview of different practices related to hunting, which is by Stephen Hugh Jones, Good Reasons or Bad Conscience. I'm sending in the chat. Okay. Why I would have one comment. I'm going quickly because I know that many people are waiting probably. I don't think that. Well, I would say that I don't know if talking about sacred, in the case, for instance, of the prohibition of having sex before hunting, is adequate term here, because I would say that when we use this, when we enter this reflection of perspectivism, we enter like a sort of horizontal ontology, and talking about sacredness here is probably reapplying some dualism. So, and moreover, for instance, in the case of the Arabella with whom I worked, they had the same rule of avoiding not sex, but people who were recently having a baby or husband of a menstruating woman should not go hunting, not because of a fear of offending some spirits, but because of the fear that he would be kidnapped by the animals, because he would have this scent of blood that would attract animals in human form or their masters. So that would be my one comment. A very interesting thing of this euphemistic language. So I would like to ask you, if they have, my first question, if they have substitute names for animals, because you say they don't mention hunting, they say that they go just for a walk in the forest, but I would like to know if they have some substitute names for animals that they use. I would like to know in those narratives about different perspectives between humans and non-humans, do you have cases, this theme of a man who is kidnapped by non-humans, for instance, by peccaries, and then he has to change his perspective. So first he sees something as a human, for instance, he sees that they are drinking mud, and then after some time he starts to see this mud as beer. Yes. So that would be my question. Second question, and third, please forgive me, it's so interesting. Okay. Do you have do they have some ideas of related to, for instance, the kuvad, that when you eat meat of some animals, you can adopt their ways of being, some characteristics, and that would be all. Thank you.
Yes. Well, first of all, I didn't mention it in my presentation because it was a short presentation, but I agree with you. Actually, there is a very close relationship between hunting and sex. So there are many works, for example, Braquis or Olivier, who mentioned that when the man goes to the forest to hunt, the prey needs to be conquered, and the prey is like a woman. So the conquest of women and the conquest of a prey is identical. That's why a hunter cannot bring with him the smell of his wife, because it would be like cheating the animal. Because in the household, the legitimate wife is his wife, but in the forest, it's the prey, the animal. It's a very complex subject, so I didn't develop it in this presentation, but yes, they believe the same. Actually, in their language, the word for having sex is shooting a arrow. So there is a very close relationship between these two activities. And I agree with you. So the substitute for animals, they don't really have a different word as it happens in other societies, but in their legends, they often refer to animals as my cousin or my friend, my little brother. For example, in some chants that are for the jaguar, I remember that he's called like little brother eating. So they don't use this specific language before hunting, but they have it in their legends and in their chants. So yes, the important thing is to keep everything in secret. They never mention the intention of going to the forest. Also because they believe that if a pregnant woman would hear that, the animals would escape. Because, well, of the power of the fetus and because of she's carrying like a little animal in her belly. Your second question, there are many legends speaking about kidnapped hunters. It's the theme of the bad hunter, which is common in indigenous narratives. So in Lacandon mythology, I have found 2 or 3. One is a man who killed many peccaries, and he didn't consume the meat. The man always had left the animals on the ground without eating the meat, without returning the bones to the master. So he was kidnapped by the animal master, and he was obliged to live among the peccaries for a long time. And so he started acquiring their point of view. He started eating their food. He took a wife because the master of the peccary told him that he would have been released only when he had replaced the children he had killed. So he got married with a peccary woman. They got many children, but at the end, his wife, who he was really loving, at the end he was used to live with her, was shot by an arrow by another Lacandon hunter and died. So he understood that hunting is always painful because there is it's equal to killing a person who has a family, who has a chief, who has a father. And the other legend is very similar and speaks about a man who was killing howler monkeys or spider monkeys in other versions. And he was torturing them before killing them using an arrow that or I don't remember what kind of arrow, but he was torturing them. So the animal master kidnapped him, and he starts living on the trees, and he suffers a lot because he's not used to live on the trees. So he's wounded by spines, and he feels the same pain that he had inflicted to the animals. And also in that case, he had to marry a monkey and to procreate, to compensate the animal master. And the last question is very interesting. This is something I am studying now. There are many restrictions when a woman is pregnant because it's believed that you are what you eat, literally. So, for example, all the animals that scratch the ground, like tapirs or armadillos and other species, cannot be eaten by a woman because in that case, she would lose the baby. For example, if a pregnant woman mocks a deer, her children will be blind. There are many beliefs and taboos regarding pregnancy. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, I noted that about Ernst and Magdalena have questions, but our point of order is that we will move that to the general discussion, and we would now like to move forward to the next presentation as we have small delay. And I would like to welcome our guest, Alan, who would also have, I guess, Alan was one of our tutors during the workshops, and Alan is a well-known Mesoamericanist, a Mayanist, and a person who is responsible for the latest and most footnoted translation of the Popol Vuh. And I actually love reading the footnotes on alone. And I think I have different files in the PDF of I have ones for reading just footnotes. Okay, Alan, I cannot take much time longer. Welcome you again, and we are waiting for your presentation.
Well, thank you. So you can hear me? Okay, we're all set. Thank you. I add my gratitude to the organizers of this really amazing conference. This has been a wonderful session. I'm humbled to follow Alice's presentation. It was an amazing, beautiful presentation. I learned so much from that. So I'll just jump right into it. Here is a shared screen. So to make sure I don't go over time, because if I do things off the top of my head, I'll go off on tangents and I'll run out of time. So I'm just going to read most of this. According to the Popol Vuh, or the Popol Vuh, the Quiché Maya text compiled in the highlands of Guatemala in the mid-16th century. The first men created by the gods had the gift of extraordinary sight, whereby they could see all things. And quoting from the Popol Vuh, perfect was their sight and perfect was their knowledge of everything beneath the sky. If they gazed about them, turning their faces around, they beheld that which was in the sky and that which was upon the earth. Instantly, they were able to behold everything. They didn't have to walk to see all that existed beneath the sky. They merely saw it from wherever they were. Thus, their knowledge became full. Their vision passed beyond the trees and the rocks, beyond the lakes and the seas, beyond the mountains and the valleys. A slightly older Quiché document, the title of Totonicapán, describes the first Highland Maya ancestors as people of great vision and power, quoting, "Then the enchanted people contemplated their journey. From far away they arrived in their obscurity in the sky and on the land. There are none to equal them. They saw everything beneath the sky. They were great sages." Although the creator gods eventually clouded this miraculous vision so that people could see only things that were nearby, the ancestors of the Maya and their descendants nevertheless believe that they bear within their blood the potential for divine sight. Today, Maya ritual specialists who carry out traditional ceremonies are called Aktihab in the Quiché language, which loosely means day of the sun or the day. I'm going to use the Highland Maya term Aktihab during this paper rather than some of the translations that are used, such as daykeeper, shaman, or traditional priest, which are sometimes used in English. None of those terms really accurately convey the meaning of the term and can be misleading. Maya Aktihab believe that their sacred ancestors who set the pattern for contemporary rituals continue to live in their blood and can be awakened at appropriate times and under appropriate circumstances. It is this sacred ancestral vision that allows the Aktihab to see beyond the limits of time and distance as the first people once did. Evan Vogt wrote that the Tzotzil Maya of Sinacantan believed that anciently their people could see inside sacred mountains where the ancestors lived. The very word Tzotzil is in part derived from the root il, to see, implying not only vision but insight or sacred knowledge. Thus, the Tzotzil term hilol means seer in the sense of one who can see things on a supernatural level. Among the Maya, there is no institution or bureaucracy, religion to sanction the qualification of a person to become an Akih. Every Maya man and woman potentially has this ability because it is inherent in their blood. Aktihab are chosen by the ancestors to serve as mediators between this world and that of the spirit world, not because they're qualitatively different than anyone else, but because they are called by the spirit world to do so as a service to the community. Once called, generally through dreams or the discovery of a sign interpreted as an invitation to serve from the ancestors, the prospective Aktih often enters a period of apprenticeship. The approach that experienced Aktihab take in training their apprentices is to teach how to interpret signs and spirit communication, often described as lightning in the blood, that they had always received since young childhood, but had not the experience to understand properly. Ruth Bunzel wrote in the 1950s that Aktihab and Chichicastenango have no special relationship with the gods. Their prayers, though perhaps more eloquent, are no more powerful than those that are voiced by any Maya person. This is because every Maya has the blood of his or her ancestors, and traditionalist Maya believe that blood carries the soul and knowledge and memories of their ancestors. A prospective Aktih generally undergoes a period of training under an experienced man who already holds the title. Ideally, this training continues for 260 days, the same number of days in the traditional Maya calendar. It's also approximately the length that a human child develops in the womb of its mother. Thus, when apprentices have completed their training, they are considered to be reborn. During this time, the prospective Aktihab often live with their teacher and observe everything that he or she does. The period of instruction begins on the evening of a new moon and ends on an evening with a full moon. After the period of apprenticeship is completed,
The apprentice receives the title of Akir and is presented by his teacher with his own bundle. This is a particularly sacred location called Chuich Kabal that is often used for receiving the bundle, a high volcanic lake with flowery altars laid out to represent the world and the four cardinal directions. The Akir's bundle is generally made of woven cloth containing approximately 200 seeds, preferably the red seeds of the tzite or coral tree, although some Akirab may use maize kernels. Mixed in with the seeds are pieces of obsidian, jadeite, quartz, and fragments of ancient stone or terracotta artifacts. Divination using tzite seeds is closely related to the 260-day traditional Maya calendar and is used extensively throughout the highlands of Guatemala. Ceremonies conducted with the tzite seeds are believed to reveal the knowledge of the ancestors and deities to help those with illnesses or other significant difficulties in people's lives. The Popol Vuh notes that prior to the first dawn of the sun and the creation of the first generation of true human beings, several unsuccessful attempts to create people were carried out by a pair of aged grandparent gods. Prior to the last of these unsuccessful attempts, the creator gods performed a divination ceremony in which grains of maize and tzite seeds were cast, no doubt a similar ceremony to those conducted by Akhichab today. Quoting from the Popol Vuh, thus began the divination ceremony, the casting of grains of maize and tzite, the revelation of days and of shaping. Then spoke the one grandmother and the one grandfather to them. For this was the grandfather, the master of the tzite, Ishbiakok by name. And this was the grandmother, the mistress of days and mistress of shaping, who is at the foot, who is called Ishmukane. Thus they began to speak, to carry out their divination ceremony. May it be discovered, may it be found, say it, our ears hear you, speak, tell it. May the tree be found that is to be carved and chiseled out by the framer and the shaper. If this is to be the provider and the sustainer, then may it now be sown that the dawn may come. You, grains of maize, and you, tzite, you, days, and you, the shaping. You are called, you are summoned. Thus it was said to the grains of maize and the tzite, to the day and the shaping. In modern practice, Akhichab also speak directly to the tzite seeds as they carry out their divinatory ceremonies. And this is an example in the mountains above Santiago Atitlan. The Akir urges the tzite to give an accurate and true answer to their petition, just as in the passage from the Popol Vuh. As a result of this divination ceremony, the wood people were created, carved from the wood of the same tzite tree from which the divinatory seeds were taken. Although the wood people in the Popol Vuh failed to remember their creators and thus lost their position as the principal mediators between this world and the next, the incident suggests that certain carved wooden effigies belong to a previous creation and are thus more ancient than the world in which we live. Among the Tzutupil Maya, the wood of the tzite tree is still considered to have extraordinary power, including the ability to speak and predict the future. In Santiago Atitlan, traditionalists venerate an effigy carved of tzite wood that they call Shilachmam, which means ancient grandfather, or alternatively Mashimon, which means ancient one who is bound. The trunk of this effigy is approximately 76 centimeters in height and 15 to 20 centimeters thick, with separate pieces of wood attached to form the heads and legs. A carved mask with a roughly hewn face is tied about the head. This effigy is said to be more ancient than Christ, having been created in the beginning of the time, or of the world. Although powerful, Shilachmam is considered dangerous and unpredictable and does not conform to the rules of society. Shilachmam may be a remembrance of the chaotic world prior to the creation of human beings and the establishment of order, when the gods were not remembered or worshipped properly by the tzite wood people described in the Popol Vuh. Shilachmam, being made of tzite, is also the patron of all Akhichab. In fact, this ceremony is conducted at the place where Shilachmam is reputed to have been first carved. The place where the Mam figure was carved is above the present town of Santiago Atitlan and is frequently visited for particular powerful divination ceremonies. At this shrine, one can still see the stump of a tree from which he was carved. Below the stump is a small cave-like entrance surrounded by remnants of pine needles, white candles, and incense ashes from previous ceremonies. It's said that the cave-like hole is one of the principal entrances into the underworld, where the mom reigns and where Aqihab can consult the ancestors and deities. Not all Aqihab go through a process of apprenticeship, however. A well-respected Aqih named Diego in Santiago Atitlan told me that although he had watched a number of elderly Aqihab carry out prayers and ceremonies in his youth, he did not learn how to do his work from them. And quoting, he said, "When I was born, I already knew how to do these things. I had no teacher. I speak with the ancestors and ancient kings, and they speak with me. They help me to know how to heal and solve problems for people. I ask the ancestors these things in places that are sacred, where I can be touched by them." Michael Mendelssohn, who also worked in the 1950s in Santiago Atitlan, was told by an Aqih that sacred knowledge cannot be passed from one person to another. It must come from otherworldly sources. And he quotes him as saying, he said that a young man who wished to be an Aqih tried to learn the prayers bit by bit from another Aqih, but that there were no direct courses or lessons given by an old man to a pupil, and that there could not be, since these things come directly from God. For this reason, each Aqih has a different way of praying and conducting ceremonies. Apprenticeships and learning by example are undoubtedly important methods of passing along knowledge from one generation to another. However, the perception among my Aqihab is that there is not the principal means by which sacred knowledge is gained. This must come directly from within oneself, directly from one's blood, or it's powerless. Non-Maya do not necessarily have this kind of ability because their blood doesn't come from the same visionary ancestral source. I apprenticed with an Aqih in Momostenango in the late 1970s. At the time, my slowness in learning divinatory and calendric skills was interpreted as the lack of Maya blood in my veins. I was not able to see with ancestral vision in the same way as the Quiche apprentices because I did not have Maya blood. My ancestors did not have knowledge of the Maya calendar and ceremonies, and therefore they could not help me. The Aqih that I apprenticed with often told me that one doesn't memorize calendars, prayers, or other complicated ceremonies. They teach themselves to remember what they already knew in their blood. Ruth Bunzel wrote that the Quiche of Chichicastenango claim, and this is a Quiche woman Aqih above Chichicastenango, she claimed that their formal speech and ceremonies come from ancient ancestral precedent. And quoting from Ruth Bunzel, "And now this rite and custom belongs to the first people, our mothers and fathers. This belongs to them. We are the embodiment of their rites and ceremonies," unquote. To alter the words or actions of the ancestors in a ceremony or in a prayer would be to change the very fabric of their existence in potentially destructive ways. As mediators between this world and that of the sacred, it is the Maya's obligation to continue the work of the divine ancestors in as authentic a manner as possible. When asking Tzutuhils when certain rituals began, it's a common response that these rituals are as old as the world and were first performed by the ancestors who had divine power. At the beginning of ceremonial prayers, Aqihab in Santiago Atitlan call upon a long list of sacred beings and objects whose powers they wish to invoke on behalf of their clients. Prominent in this list are the holy table and the holy chair used in divination ceremonies. And this is a divination table in Momostenango, actually. These objects are considered living beings with their own souls. Possession of a divinatory table implies acceptance of the role of Aqih and responsibility to act as a mediator with spirit beings. This table may be an actual table or altar within the home, or it may be any flat surface utilized for a ritual purpose. In 2006, I accompanied an Aqih in Santiago Atitlan to conduct a ceremony on a group of ruins called Chutinamit. The Aqih chose this location because he believed that there he was closer to the kings of old and is therefore sacred. Prior to the ceremony, he selected 12 flat stones and arranged them into a rough square, which he called his holy table, before laying out a clean cloth and arranging his ritual objects for the ceremony. He said that this altar had the same power as the tables and or altars on which sacred objects are kept in his own home. He placed 4 lit cigars on the north side of this temporary table, and north is at the bottom of the photograph, so that the ancestors were called upon could be present at the ceremony and they could smoke and be content. The 4 corners of a ceremonial table surface represent the 4 corners of the world, and the placement of objects upon it suggests the arrangement of specific locations on the earth, such as mountains or towns or shrines. The table thus represents the sacred geography of the world in a form that becomes intimate, close, and potentially controllable. Evan Vogt quoted a Highland Maya man from Sinacantan who expressed a similar understanding of the world, saying that the universe is, quote, like a house, like a table, unquote, representing that which is systematic and well-ordered and structured. Charles Wisdom also recorded that the Chorti Maya of Guatemala considered both the square maize field and the shamanic table or altar as the world in miniature. By laying out one's maize field or milpa, or setting up a ritual table, the Maya transforms a physical object into sacred space. With regard to the maize field, this charges the ground with the power of creation to bear new life. In a similar way, the ceremonial table provides a stage on which sacred geography may be intimately studied and even altered and manipulated. The possession of a ceremonial table allows the aqir the ability to manipulate the world itself with divine power and sight inherited from their first ancestors. This is the man that I apprenticed with back in the 1970s, Don Vicente de Abac Leon. When the aqir sits at his table, he places himself in a transcendent role that bridges the 3 layers of the cosmos. His legs extend beneath the surface of the table, representing the surface of the earth. His arms manipulate its sacred geography, while his upper body rises into the upper world. In so doing, the aqir is able to, quote, unquote, see all places where the spirit beings live and converse with them. The aqir who sits at this table thus acts as the representative of the first ancestral man who set the precedent for such ceremonies. In a similar way, the aqir of the Tzutujil Maya are believed to carry within their blood the power by which they are able to pray according to the ancient words of God. In the Quiche community of Momostenango, here, a prominent aqir told me that when he sits at his table, he becomes a living representative of the organization of the world. And I'm quoting from Don Vicente here. When I am seated at my table, I am Ahnawal Mesa. My body is in the form of a cross, just like the 4 sides of the world. This is why I face to the east, and behind me is the west. My left arm extends out toward the north, and my right arm points to the south. My heart is the center of myself, just as the arms of the cross come together to form its heart. My heart extends upward above the horizon so that I can see far away. Because I am seated this way, I can speak to the world. Unquote. The ritual table is called either the Santa Mesa, Spanish for holy table, or as described in the previous quote with the Quiche term Nawal Mesa. The word Nawal has no English equivalent that embraces all of its meanings. In Quiche theology, everything, both living and inanimate, has a spirit essence or Nawal. This spirit essence is believed to give humans, animals, and even inanimate objects like trees or mountains the power to communicate on a supernatural plane. Although originally borrowed from the Central Mexican Nahuatl groups of languages, modern-day Highland Maya associate this word with the verbal root na, meaning to feel, to know, or to remember. And we talked about this in our workshop yesterday at great length. In a Popol Vuh, the creator deities themselves brought the first mountains out of the primordial sea at the dawn of creation by means of their nawal, their spirit essence, rather than by physical action. It was by the same power that the first ancestors of the Maya were created by deity. Quoting from the Popol Vuh, merely by miraculous power and nawal, spirit essence, was their framing and shaping brought about by the framer and the shaper, by she who has borne children and he who has begotten sons, by sovereign and Quetzal serpent. Nawal may refer to the power of any object, person, or god that has supernatural qualities, but it may also refer specifically to deified ancestors. Therefore, the authors of the title of Totornicapan describe their ancestors as, quote, Nawal people, who performed powerful, miraculous works at the beginning of time. In the Highland Maya understanding of the term, Nawal is most commonly used to describe a great ancestor or Akpich of the past who had the power to work miracles. When a living Akpich repeats the actions of a Nawal ancestor through ceremonies or prayers, he or she becomes a substitute or vessel for sacred power. The Akpich functions as a living representative of deity or his own sacred ancestors when he sits at the Nawal Mesa. A common misconception is that the Maya of the Guatemala Highlands worship in some way the ancestors as a separable entity. This is not true. The Maya recognize the divinity that is inherent within themselves. They are the embodiment of the ancestors. Therefore, they are constantly present within them, particularly within their blood. In a very real sense, every Maya individual is an expression of ancestral power. A young traditionalist Maya Akpich in Santiago Atitlan once told me, quote, as the old people say, when the Spaniards came, they broke off many of our branches. They even burned the trunk. But we will never die because the roots have power. We draw strength from the ancestors who live in our blood. If we as a people ignore our roots, only then will we all die, unquote. One of the highest titles held by the priests, the Akpichab of Momostenango, is Chuchkahao, which means literally mother, father, at least in the archaic version of Quiche. He represents a living manifestation of the ancestors, both male and female. As such, he is able to act in their name because he possesses their blood. It's essential, therefore, that he approach the duties of his office with great seriousness and in a state of ritual purity. Non-Maya believe that memory is a function of the brain. The Maya see memory as coming from the blood. These are not just individual memories, but the thoughts and memories of their parents, grandparents, and all the ancestors back to the first creation. They believe that these memories may be called upon ceremonially. There's a carved depiction of a ceremonial table on the central altarpiece of the church in Santiago Atitlan. Originally, it was constructed at an unknown date during the early Spanish colonial period. The altarpiece fell into severe disrepair and actually collapsed during an earthquake in the 1960s. The broken pieces of the fallen altarpiece were left in storage until 1976, when the parish priest, Father Francisco Rother, commissioned a local Maya sculptor named Diego to initiate repairs and carve replacement panels for those portions of the altarpiece that were too damaged to be used. Rather than simply restoring the altarpiece to its original design, Diego subtly modified it to give the impression of a sacred mountain, with niches representing caves from which the patron saints of the town emerge. At the base of the altarpiece, Diego carved a series of 5 panels of his own design, representing traditional Maya ceremonies meaningful to his community. This is the first panel, and it's the one that has the Nawal Mesa in the center. According to Diego, the first panel represents the revelation of divine will in the life of a Maya child as mediated through an Akpich. And I'm now quoting Diego. And I don't use last names for living Maya. Guatemala is a very dangerous place. And unfortunately, traditionalist Maya are sometimes targeted for beatings and even for assassinations, particularly in Santiago Atitlan. So I'm using his first name alone because he's still living. The scene represents a child's naming, and I'm quoting Diego here. The scene represents a child's naming and blessing ceremony. The Akpich is in the center of the panel, seated behind his table. The Akpich prays to Heart of Sky, Heart of Earth, to determine what blessing the child will receive, whether he will grow well and what he will come to be. The man on the right is the child's father, holding a book containing the count of days. Many years ago, Akpichab were much more powerful than now and knew how to read the days, the clouds, and the calls of animals. I've been told by old people that some of them kept books filled with this kind of ancient knowledge. So I included one in this panel to show that our ancestors also had writings containing revelations from the spirit world that were equally as powerful as the words of the Bible. All these books are now gone, though, and Akpichab today aren't as powerful as our ancestors once were. The woman on the left is the child's mother, It's a boy child, so he is on the Aktich's right-hand side. If it had been female, the child would have been on the other side. On the table are candles, incense, a piece of an old Maya clay head like farmers find in their fields, and a quartz crystal. When an Aktich looks into the crystal, he sees little flashes of light that speak to him. Atop the Aktich's house in the panel is a cross. This is not a Christian cross. It represents the 4 cardinal directions, with the house being the center place. The twisted posts in front of the house are like the serpents that guard sacred mountain caves where the saints and ancestors live. The stone blocks of the house represent the mountain itself. The maize canes and thatch above these stones are the maize fields, trees, and vegetation that grow on the mountainside. And that's the end of his quote. The objects on the Aktich table are depicted on the altarpiece panel are still used in modern ceremonies. The carved head is a fragment from a pre-Columbian figure. Small stone and terracotta sculptures are relatively common in the area in and around Santiago Atitlan. Most Atiteco families, including Diego, keep a collection of them on their personal altars as relics of the ancestors. Each is considered a sign of divine communication. Aktichab used them along with quartz crystals, jade, or obsidian flakes as ilbal, or instruments of seeing, whereby a mountain or ancestral spirits may be consulted on behalf of their clients. A characteristic of Maya theology is the tendency to see seemingly ordinary and familiar things as shadows of the sacred. Laying out the boundary stones for a maize field is treated by traditionalists as no less than the delineation of the limits of the world, preparing it to give birth to new life, as it were the dawn of creation. Traditional 3-stone hearths replicate the 3 stones of creation placed by the gods to serve as the foundation for the sky. Caves or even small clefts in a mountain are portals to the spirit homes of the ancestors and gods. These are not mere symbolic representations of the sacred. They are divine symmetries, different in scale, but not in their essential nature. And I go back to the earlier talk today that these should not be seen as symbols. They're just a different way of seeing reality. And in fact, in their case, it's a more powerful of seeing reality. Divination tables are therefore not merely symbols for the world. When used under appropriate circumstances, they are seen as the world itself on a small scale. Aktihab, who carry out ceremonies on the table's surface that thus become vessels for sacred communication, replicating with the same power the actions of their ancestral parents who were created with visionary sight, transcending the limits of their immediate surroundings. It is this ancestral sight that the Maya believe give them identity and place in the world as mediators for the sacred. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Alan. We are then opening the discussion for this paper. And well, please raise your hand or write in the chat. Okay. Oh, there is a question from Eleanor Hanison Bach. You note that when one speaks for Nawal, they become a substitute or vessel for the sacred essence. Can you speak more about this idea and how it might apply to a carved object for the ancient Maya?
Yeah, there are 2 metaphors that you use there, that they are a substitute or an embodiment or a vessel. The latter is much more close to, I think, the way that the Maya look at things. That when a Maya performs a ceremony, what he's doing is he's bringing forth the presence of the ancestors that are with that person in their blood, in their flesh. And so therefore they are able to see or to embody the power of those rituals or those ceremonies. So they don't really see them, the ancestors, are separate beings or deities as separate beings. They're constantly with them. They're present with them. They just need to be called forth under appropriate circumstances.
Do I have some another question? Do we? There is nothing.
So in this case, it's open.
I think yes, it's open.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
So in this case, we can open a general discussion. Then, in this case, we can open the general discussion. We can come back to the questions to the previous speaker, which were proposed by Ernst and
Magdalena.
Magdalena, yes.
Let me just add, I think that in case of Alan, I think many questions were also like, people were like, had they time to ask the questions yesterday, did they? So
quite possibly.
Okay, so let's go back here because there is some questions. Then I grant the floor to Ernst.
It's Ernst
with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Alice, for your talk, and I absolutely see why the reference to Rivers to Castro and is so inspiring for your case. But I would also like to pick on maybe possible differences, and therefore I would have to understand some aspects a little bit better. To whom exactly refer this? Is this prayer referring you were mentioning? And you, on the one hand, you have these masters of the animals, and then you spoke about gods, yeah? And I had the impression, and I'm not sure if that's right, that the prayer was referring more to the gods than to the master of the animal, and that this offer also was an offering to the gods. And so if it's like this, I wonder what is the relationship between the god or the gods and these animal masters? Do you have any information on that? I think Alice is not with us, no?
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here. Okay. I'm not very good with technology. I've seen that. I don't know if you have read it about the theories that in ancient times, the masters of animals were gods. And then when agriculture started being the most important form of sustenance, they lost their rank, they lost their importance. It's what I'm studying now among Lacandon people, because before they started, when they were nomads, I think that hunting was way more important than now. So I've studied a little the conceptions of the hunting gods among the ancient Mayans as they appear, for example, in Landa's works. And it seems that they were gods. Then something changed when hunting lost its importance. So probably the masters or the owners are now, simplest form of the original gods. And I might agree with that. I don't know what you think. Because in general, the most important gods are related to the main source of food. For example, where agriculture is more important, people venerate, the god of the rains, the gods of the maize, the crops, and so I think that the transformation of the gods of hunting is it's because of the hunting lost its importance. And there is another theory that in the past, the Mayans, the elite venerated celestial, heavenly gods. While common people had other gods that were the ones protecting them during their daily activities, like, for example, farming or hunting. So when the original religion collapsed after the collapse of the Mayan, the Mayan power. So probably there was a change inside the pantheon. What do you think about that?
I was just struck by these two figures you were mentioning, and I wondered what is the relation between them. So I of course, I have no answer to it, and I have not the empirical knowledge on the Lacanton to answer this. Yeah, so it was just I was just curious about that, and I also have a second question. This returning the bones, yeah, to secure the revitalization of the animal species. Yeah, that's also something, even if it's hardly done today, which you may find among the Yukba, and which is quite common further north, also in the Americas. Yeah.
Yes.
But actually, normally that goes hand in hand, or could be an indication. And so my question is it that also among the Lacandons, for what I called that there are species-specific cycles of regeneration? So the human activity actually gives these bones back so that the animals may recuperate, and there is not an exchange between human souls and animal souls, as it is, for example, the case in some of the Amazonian cases where you have really this kind of exchange. Yeah? So I wonder if this is an indication also among Lacan that there are the species-specific cycles, and that this is not an exchange and transfer between humanity and the animals, or an exchange of animal souls for human souls or something like this.
Well, probably in the past, because there are many similarities between the Lacandon conceptions and the conception in the Amazon forest, for example. So I guess that in the past, yes, but now it's very hard to study hunting, because Lacandon people chased to consider hunting as a ritual complex a long time ago, because I've heard that they started, for example, using guns and substituting the arrows with guns in 97. 100 of years ago. So much of the acknowledgement was lost. This is one problem I have in my works, because I'm now talking to the elders who remember how their fathers and grandfathers hunted in the forest. So a great part of the ancient ceremonialism is lost, because no one studied it. The first anthropologists were not interested in hunting. They were just studying, the agricultural cycle, the agricultural rights, and the balche. So they were not just interested in hunting. If you read the ethnographies, you can see that they mention hunting as a source of food, as a subsistence activity, but it was way more important. That's why I'm trying to recover in it. And so I can't really answer your question. All I know is that it's very important to preserve the bones in order to be allowed to hunt again. Otherwise, the man wouldn't be able to do that, or he would get sick or die. So.
Thank you so much.
Czy przerwałem komuś? If that would be, I would now invite Magdalena to bring her comment or question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. But Alice already answered my question. The question I wanted to ask about how is the situation now, because in the end you said something that it was before the foreign law impacted the Lacandon culture. So I wanted to know how the situation looks like now. And you said that before, in a moment. You said that now answering the last question. And so they are sometimes, the hunting is forbidden, but do they hunt sometimes, or they completely don't?
They can hunt inside their crops, their milpa. For example, if an animal is eating their corn, their maize, they can kill it. But this way it has hunting lost its social importance, because in the past it was something they organized. They had to get prepared to go for a hunting party. They couldn't sleep with their wife, so there was a preparation. Now it's just, if they see an animal, they kill it. They still preserve the bones, but the ritual significance was almost lost. And there's also something else to add, which is very important now. They're also changing their way of seeing animals, because, for example, these animistic conceptions are changing, and the youngsters don't believe that animals are people, only the elders and the past generations. So Lacandon people have been exposed to our acknowledgement to the Western thoughts, because now some of them study in schools, they read books, and they are living in a natural reservation. So some of them, for example, if you ask them what is a jaguar, they answer it's a species in danger of extinction. While if you ask the same question to someone older, they would answer the jaguar is a person, has a soul, and he's also a god. So there is a huge difference now between the generations.
Thank you very much. So they rather don't observe this hunting taboos and these rules you mentioned. That's something which is disappearing.
No, they follow some rules. There are some reminiscences. For example, if they go to the jungle and they don't go with the intention of killing an animal, but they still don't mention anything. They just say that they are going for a walk or they're going to gather some fruits. So because in case they see an animal, sometimes they kill it, even if it's forbidden. And they still respect the bones, and they still believe in the presence of the animal masters. For example, even if the religion has changed, no woman goes inside the cave. Women are not allowed to enter the caves, and they still respect this taboo. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I would like to read a question that was posted in chat by someone under a name Antonio. I don't know if I should read it.
Yes.
I will. Okay, I will read it then. Are they still following the Tolkien, the sacred calendar in any form? Do they remember, or have they lost the tradition? That's the question.
To Alan.
To Alan.
Oh, to me. Oh, absolutely. The Tzolk'in is fairly common throughout at least the Guatemalan highlands. Momostenango is kind of the center of the Aptechab that deals specifically with the 260-day calendar. There are shrines for each one of the days around the community. But in pretty much anywhere that has traditional Maya, there is some knowledge of the calendar and what days are appropriate for particular ceremonies. So, absolutely.
There's another question to Alan. What are the necessary conditions for individuals being able to bring forth the vision? I'm specifically wondering whether there is a need for a significant personal crisis or even encounter with death, as seen in shamanic initiations in some other cultures.
That's a really interesting question. Mostly when people are called to train as an akhrich or to devote themselves to that particular cause, it's done through a dream or it's done through some sign that's interpreted as a calling from the ancestors. It's an awakening of the blood that they're to serve in the community. Sometimes this can be rather drastic. At least among the older traditionalists that I'm familiar with and that I've worked with, to place yourself in that ceremonial circumstance where the blood is awakened is a form of death. And that sounds drastic and dire, but dreaming is also death. Whenever you sleep, that's death. So all these things, when we try to translate it into English, it sounds horrible, but it's really not. But the divination ceremonies and other kinds of ceremonies are very physically taxing and mentally taxing and spiritually taxing. Most Aptechab would tell you you'd have to be crazy to want to do this. It really is oftentimes something that the ancestors insist that you do. And if you resist that, sometimes you can fall into illness or even death because you're turning down what the ancestors want them to do.
Okay, I think this is a very good answer. And then there is a question. I think Alonso raised a hand, and so I grant you the floor. Alonso, welcome back.
Hi. So I wanted to ask Alice about this generational loss of knowledge, whether it was so sharp or because, for example, in my experience in Momostenango, which is fairly modernized and, like, it's completely modern, in many places, in the mountains it's very traditional, but in the center it's completely modern, So what I found was a little bit different because, for example, some of the best shamans I knew were younger than me, because they were people that were being trained. But for example, their brothers, didn't care about shamanism, you know, they like soccer or whatever, because it was a little bit like a situated knowledge. So uh, they basically had their own ideas about the world, different from the brother, because the brother was a shaman, you know, and basically he saw the spirits, he could hear, he could see like dead children in the river talking and gods and blah, blah, blah. But other people in the community didn't do this. But nonetheless, it was not so sharp about the younger generation being like hardcore scientists and the older being traditionalist or whatever. So it was more like a mixture. For example, I even saw this among the Protestants. For example, this gift of the blood. I talk with people from many different religious affiliations. The Protestants told me this. We also have the gift of the blood, and we don't know why. Our children start saying prophecies, but we don't want this because we are Protestant and we don't want this devil thing, you know? So it was very complicated. I didn't explain myself. A Protestant told me, yes, so the children of this family is making prophecies, and his parents are very mad, and they joke and say, you should be a church how to give us money, but we are Protestants, you know? So in a way, I found a very fluctuating situation, you know, but I don't know, perhaps Lacandon is completely different, so.
Yes, the situation is different because, for example, they lost knowledge about the ancient rituals. The last Tohil, it's not correct to call him shaman, but the ritual expert is Don Antonio, and he has no students. No one is learning from him. No young man in Naha has learned the chants and how to talk to the gods. So they are now in a phase of transition because the conversions still take place in the communities. And as you know, Protestants don't allow any kind of syncretism. They tend to erase the native cultures. They don't even accept the use of plants to heal sicknesses. They are very radical. So this is what is happening among Lacandon people now. And what is still left are the beliefs in some spirits living in the forest. And as I mentioned before, they still observe some taboos before going to the jungle and when they kill an animal. But I'm afraid that in 10, 20 years, everything will drastically change or disappear, because we have tried to make some talleres, like speeches with the young people, and we were asking them if they remember the names of the gods. For example, they remember only the names of the principal gods. The minor gods, they don't even know who they are and what they do. If this massive conversation doesn't stop, I'm afraid that acknowledgement would be lost.
It's a shame.
Okay, excuse me, I have to scroll it a little bit up. Okay, there is a question in the chat from Lisa Lucero. It's for Alice. Are Maya groups who have animal companion spirits prohibited from hunting, killing, eating the animal?
Okay, well, in Lacandon culture, no. Maybe you can ask this question to Mr. Pitarch, because I know that Celtales are related to their animal companion, to the companion spirits. In Lacandon culture, I don't know if you know that each group was designed by the name of an animal. Now we just have the members of the clan Peccari and a spider monkey and deer. Anyways, they can kill the animals of their owning. The significance of those special animals is just can be seen just in the oniric word. So, if a Lacandon man dreams of a spider monkey, it means that he will meet a person whose owning is the spider monkey. Or if they dream of killing a man of the Peccari clan, they will marry a Peccari clan woman. This is the only meaning it has. It's in the onirical word.
Okay, that was great commentary. Now I give the floor to Alan, who raised hand, and yes, please go. Please continue.
I just have a question for Alice. Have you connected the hunting traditions with warfare? And the reason why I ask that is that in Santiago Atitlan, they don't necessarily have hunting ceremonies for the major world renewing ceremonies, but they do connect it with warfare. So that young men during the major crisis period of the year will call themselves warriors, and they will go down to the coast and they will take captives, and their captives are actually fruit. And then they'll bring back those captives and watch over them as guardians and technically sacrifice them. And the reason why it occurred to me is because they also have to be in sexual abstinence. And particularly they prefer it be young men who are recently married because they're sexually potent. So the reason why they do it is not so much that that's a taboo, but because the whole point of the ceremony is to rebirth the world and to bring life into the world through that sacrifice. So they have to have their male potency to be able to do that.
Yes, I am relating hunting to warfare, even if I don't have consistent data right now. I am trying to understand what the ancient groups or onen were, because they probably are a reminiscence of an ancient alliance system in which any group designed by the name of an animal exchanged women, and also well, there were also conflicts between them because in the myths, for example, it said that the members of a group were violent and they used to kidnap women and to kill their husbands in order to capture them. So probably there is a very strong connection between hunting, warfare, and this ancient system of alliance. I'm trying to gather information about it, even if, as I said, it can be difficult now, but I will do that because I'm sure that there is a strong relationship between the two things, as it was noted in many other hunting native societies. Yes.
Well, I should have mentioned also that the captives they take are women. So it's females that are being captured and brought back. And so, yeah, it's really a fascinating area.
Yes, that's why there is a very strong relationship between hunting and sexuality too. Yes, they were capturing animals, women, captives, everything is related. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I would also just read a comment by Christenson. The case of the present-day transformation of the Lacandan culture impacted by the changes in the way of life is an important example of the process of adapting to these changes of conditions reflecting syncretism as part of the historical process. Very nice comment. And um, and yes, this is something that can explain all the things that were mentioned in the earlier talks, and the this kind of like mm, problems that we are like not always like difficult with finding some things. Okay, do we have anyone willing to? Krista, of course. Okay, Krista, welcome you to Warsaw once again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning. It just depends where you are. I wanted just to stress out what from archaeological background it becomes evident. For example, the importance precisely of just the deer of as Alice was doing her research on current remains of the tradition of the Lacandon people and how it is impacted by their change of life. But in archaeological context, we have a lot. We have really a very, very important frequency of representation of the deer and their relation with humans, and when they are being hunted. And by some colleagues, this is related to the cycle of death and life. I'm not a specialist in this topic. I just wanted to share that it's really impressive how the elements now presented in this workshop and symposium can be traced back in ancient archaeological evidence, but with this precaution that all these core elements of cosmovision and how they understand the world is changing because of the impact of the historical processes. And that's why I also had this question about the Popol Vuh, if in this case Alan had taken some, what does he think about the impact of Christianism in the source of Popol Vuh, and how to read in order to get to the core elements which are still preserved.
I grant the floor now to Alan.
Oh, that's for me. That's a really complicated question, and there's a lot of controversy and a lot of disagreement among us few people that are dealing with Highland Maya texts. I come down more in the realm of the authors of the Popol Vuh are actually rather antagonistic to Christianity. And they emphasize that even though the Popol Vuh was compiled between 1554 and 1558, which is certainly in the early classic period, or the early colonial period, that they actually argue against the principles of Christianity, and there's really very little Christian influence in it. I think they're not so much the authors of the Popol Vuh arguing against Christianity in general. They're arguing against a group of people from their same lineage that had compiled the title of Totonicapán a couple of years earlier. And the title of Totonicapán is an effort to blend or harmonize Christianity with traditional Maya thought. And my feeling is, and I have a number of colleagues that agree, that the Popol Vuh is actually written as a response to the title of Totonicapán, that they don't like those Christian influences.
Thank you.
Are we having some more questions? Well, now it's a place where I actually would like to make a small comment. that we mentioned. We were speaking a little bit about this principle of alterity. It's like sometimes it's being translating as open to otherness, and it's like basing your identity on incorporating external elements. But it's sometimes discussed to be like the very important principle to the things we were discussing in the workshop and to the things that were always discussing, and it's like important to incorporate foreign elements, to import them, to tame them, and in some Amerindian cultures. So, for example, some Amazonists, some studies, some scholars of Amazonia say that they actually are interested in bringing those laminas because it's a foreign thing, it's a foreign material, and they are interested in the things that are other in the getting, but they will always stay in the core. They will stay indigenous. They will stay the true with that. They are interested in those superficial, containing shell things that manipulating with the it. So that's some portion that in some cases of this acculturation process, this also principle of authority of or the openness to other may be taking place. So it actually might be sometimes the adaptation of the foreign or, for example, European cultural traits might be actually because of this principle, this indigenous principle of alterity, of open to otherness, having been in place. So that's a small remark, and well, mm, I don't know if somebody would like to comment on this, or we have some other question.
I think that there is something
Ernst?
different. We have a lot of ethnic or cultural groups, and they form a meshwork of the human race in general, at least in America, and they are constantly changing, interchanging different cultural elements between them. So we cannot see anymore. I mean, this conception of Mesoamerica is sometimes misleading because it builds some barriers or boundaries in the south and the north, seeing that Mesoamerica is something which is unique. Not the people were constantly interchanging their ideas. It is, if we can borrow from Ingold, it is a kind of meshwork, or from Latour, it's a kind of rhizome, or Deleuze, Guattari, the same, the kind of a rhizome. People were constantly building and rebuilding different types of relationships with themselves, with their neighbors, with their whole environment. Of course, we must take into account that we have also different social relations shaped by economical ties and different types of basic economical activities. Agriculture is something different, and hunting and gathering is something different. But anyway, they, at least at the ritual plane, the logic of the sacrifice of the hunted prey and the logic of the preparing rain-bringing ceremonies for agriculture, they still share some similarities. So in spite of the change of the basic economic activities, the kind of the general core, we can say this nucleo duro, like Lopez Austin, a kind of the core is still maintained. And it goes across all societies, from the north to the south and from the south to the north. I think that we must forget this idea of this typical geographical, historical approach to the culture that sees everybody who is framed by the boundaries as homogeneous unit. inside Mesoamerica, there are also the cultural differences. And inside Amazonian region or the Andes, we have also differences. So if we look for a very dynamic vision of how all the societies develop their relationships with their neighbors and the whole environment and adapting to the changing conditions, it would be much nearer to the reality we can research.
Okay. Thank you. That was a good comment here. Well, just to add, Lisa also knows because she knows the change, how the history did change, how they were changing at the site that she's researching, at the site of Takalika Bach. But I would like to now to give voice to, I think, Alice Balsanelli and Ernst, who were raising hands. Where are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. No, I didn't raise my hand. I was listening, and it's very nice comment.
I think you were raising the hand.
Okay.
Please welcome Ernst.
Yes, but it's not. It doesn't. My question doesn't refer to this discussion on the openness of authority. So I don't want to interrupt. If there are any more comments, I think I would appreciate it. Yeah.
Please go for this.
My question is rather something I would normally ask in a small talk after the conference. Yeah, and it's not so related. Exactly, of course, it's related. It's a question to Alan, yeah, as he is a specialist on the Popol Vuh, and and the Popol Vuh is always also presented as one of the cases of the famous twin story, which runs across the Americas, and of course there is. This interpretation from Claude Lévi-Strauss in the history of the Lux, and that these twins are always antagonistic. There is always this tension between the twins, and also Viveros de Castro builds on this argument and says they always stand toward difference, and that's that was. And it's not the case in the twin with among the Yukba. Yeah, they are really a pair. They don't even have different names. Yeah, they don't interact. So they are really far away from all these trickster stories. Yeah, you may find in South America, or these Macunaíma thing type of stories. And so I just wanted to ask, and I started to suspect maybe that might have to do with the difference between this Amazonian region where this notion on authority and difference is so strong, and that maybe in different areas these twins also become a distinct kind of character. And I just wanted to know your opinion on this and your reading of the Popol Vuh in this respect. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. There, as you say, there are traditions of twins in pretty much every Amerindian group throughout the Americas. It's one of the core fundamental ideas. There may be some problems with interpretation because in the Popol Vuh anyway, the twins Ixbalanque and Hunahpu, they're not antagonistic, but they are opposites, right? And this goes back to the whole idea in Mesoamerican traditions and worldview anyway, that opposites are complementary opposites. They form a whole.
Yeah.
And so in the Popol Vuh, specifically, they're associated with the sun and the moon, night and day. One is very careful and one is constantly getting killed. these are opposites in personality, even to the point where in the title of Totonicapán, which again is written by the same lineage as the Popol Vuh, but 2 years earlier, they're described as male and female. So I think what we're talking about is not so much opposition or antagonism, but that together they form a whole, that they're complementary opposites. Does that make sense in your traditions?
Makes sense, makes a lot of sense, yeah. I think, yeah. Thanks a lot.
Alice has a question to Alan.
Yes. I have a question because right now I'm also searching for the ancestors of the Lacandon hunting gods. And I have found some similarities, as also Roberto Bruce had studied them, between a couple of Lacandon gods and the characters of the Popol Vuh, in particular Hunhunapu and Xbalanque. So, well, I know that the name Hunhunapu means one hunter, or first hunter, something like that in English. And I would like, if you want to please to talk me a little about that, the relationship between the twins and hunting and wild animals. Thank you.
Yeah, and specifically, they're not just hunters, but they're blowgun hunters, which probably goes right back to your Lacandon group, because that's an ancestral and archaic way of hunting, right? Yeah, and the establishment of the present world order, which would be connected with creation, didn't take place until after the blowgun hunting of the previous generation of animals. So yeah, it goes right back to, I'm sure, these kind of creation narratives that you see throughout the Maya world.
Okay. And in particular, I found a god whose ritual name is Xbolai, which reminds of Xbalanque. I'm still studying it. I'm not sure.
Xbolai.
Huh?
How do you translate Xbolai?
Xbolai, it was translated like small tiger or she the tiger.
Oh my gosh, that's what Xbalanque means, small.
Exactly. And Xbolai is the ritual name of the Lacandon god Ak, the god of fire, of war, of hunting. So I am trying to, to gather information about that, even if it's hard because people have forgotten a lot about these ancient gods, but probably there is a relationship. And I also found out, but I still can't, I'm not sure that, I don't know if you know that Lacandon gods had a headband like the twins. I'm not sure it's related to the headband of the hero twins, but probably there is a connection, because during rituals, all the gods had to wear that headband on their head. So, well, I'm still working on it, but because I would like to know who the ancestors of the Lacandon gods are. Probably they can be seen well in the post-classic pantheon, and so I'm studying it.
That's really fascinating. Of course, in the classic period, they're called the headband twins. They're analogous. They're not equal, but they're analogous. Mm-hmm. So that's really interesting. But the other part of it is that in the Popol Vuh, of course, the whole point of the hero twins is that they basically wage warfare against the underworld lords. So the entrance to the underworld is associated with the Alta Vera Paz, which is not that terribly far from Lacandon territory. So I'm sure that a lot of these things get mixed up together. One thing that you might find interesting, Las Casas wrote a section in his Apologetica Historia where it describes Xbalanque as the first king of the Maya, and he was the god of war. Mm. And warfare is not not specifically mentioned in the Popol Vuh in connection with him, but Las Casas does, and he obviously got that from his informants.
Thank you so much.
You might also, if you're interested in that whole idea of warfare and taking captives and female captives in Santiago Atitlan, I just wrote a book called Burden of the Ancients, and there's a whole section on describing that warfare against the coast and the captives in the form of fruit. I loved your presentation, by the way.
Thank you, and it was an honor to be here to speak with you.
Well, I just want to read everything you've ever written. So if you can post somewhere your bibliography or send that to me, I would very much appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
The floor to Krista and then to Alonso, but then I think it's time to wrap or fold or to contain the event for today. I think it's time.
I just wanted to mention that the headband, as you have been mentioning, you can trace it back till pre-classic times, and it has to do with ancestors and with a kingly distinction or title.
And now, Alonso.
Just for Alice. So adding to what Alan has said, well, I worked in Momostenango, and Momostenango has a strong militaristic tradition. Basically, the center of the town is a barracks that was built by like a strongman, like a sort of cacique in a way, at the beginning of the 20th century. This place has a very interesting story, which I intend to publish later, you know. But what they told me is basically that in this place, well, at that time, this cacique, which was indigenous too, partly indigenous, Teodoro Cifuentes, he actually was a friend of Chuquicacao. They used ceremonies, for example, for blessing weapons, also for taking the soldiers of the leva, I don't know in English, Levi or whatever. When you kidnap people and turn them into soldiers, they did with divination. And what someone told me was that they told me the days to pray for war, and one of them was Ahpu, like days for a strong protection for the soldiers, you know? So I think it's also related to calendric, you know?
Wow, it's very interesting. Well, I think that at the end, everyone will share his works. Did you write something about that? You say that you will publish it later. If you want, you can, share it.
Yes, of course. We can exchange email.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, well, I think I see no more questions, and I think it's a perfect time to finish, to wrap it up, this event. And, well, we would end the meeting, and we will see you all tomorrow. And we have to all rest and regenerate for the next meeting, as we have some new material coming on. I thank all the speakers for the wonderful presentations that were very, very important contributions. And well, I would say good night or good afternoon, depending on where are you from Warsaw. And I hope you enjoyed this day of the Warsaw Maya Meeting 3. Okay, see you.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.